Chapter 177. August. It was a poetic season. The heavy rain that night had extinguished the heat in the air. On the morning of the 12th, Yi Chen got into Lin Tai's car with his parents sending him off while carrying his daughter. He saw his mother, Wulan, covering her mouth through the window as if she was about to cry. His father, Yi Hai, said nothing. All he did was smoke his cigarette, leaving a long trail of ash. Both of them knew what would happen if Yi Chen and their precious granddaughter were to go. Their daughter, Meng Meng, was in Yi Chen's embrace. The little girl looked at her grandparents reluctantly. She said with red eyes, "Daddy, why don't Grandpa and Grandma come with us to look for Mommy? Mommy will be happy to see Grandpa and Grandma. Grandpa and Grandma are old, so they can't travel far. Be a good girl, Meng Meng. Let's bring Mommy home to be filial to Grandpa and Grandma." Yi Chen patted the little girl's head and gave Lin Tai a look. The car started, and his parents were left behind. They were getting further and further away until they disappeared. "Daddy, Mommy, I promise you guys that I'll definitely bring you home back safe and sound this time." Yi Chen stretched his arm to wipe the tears at the corner of his daughter's eyes. This time he kept a low profile. Apart from his parents and Lin Tai, who were driving, only knew about it. Even his closest second uncle, Yi Ming's family, had no idea. Over half an hour later, the car arrived at the airport. Yi Chen walked out of the car while carrying his daughter. He did not bring any luggage with him because they were all in his storage ring. Lin Tai said hesitantly, "My lord, why don't I go with you? I know someone over there." "There's no need. Stay in Tiannan and complete the mission that I gave you earlier. At the same time, take care of my parents and my company. Come back when the time is right." Yi Chen shook his head. Yi Chen walked into the airport entrance while carrying his daughter after saying that. Lin Tai had respect on his face as he watched him leave. He inhaled and enunciated word for word. "The true dragon has entered the sea. Beijing is going to be turned upside down." At the same time, the martial Tao world that had been quiet for a few days was stirred again. The heaven leaderboard had changed again. Moreover, it was the first time the top 10 were announced to the world. The heaven leaderboard had always kept track of the top 50 powerhouses in China. In the past, only the top 40 had been announced, which made everyone curious about the top 10. Now that it was finally announced, how could everyone not be excited? Inside a manor in Jinling City, two old men in their 50s or 60s were playing chess in the courtyard, each holding a black and a white. The two seemed to be evenly matched, and they were in a deadlock with their brows furrowed. "Grandpa, Grandpa!" At this moment, a joyful voice came from inside the house, followed by a series of hurried footsteps. A gorgeous woman wearing a pink bath towel and slippers ran out of the house. The girl's face was filled with excitement. As she ran, her impressive chest bounced up and down. Yu Jiucheng glanced at her and immediately turned his face away. He said, while twitching his lips, "Susu, can't you be more discreet with your clothes? Your Grandpa Shin is watching." Hearing this, the other old man's face turned red. He coughed violently and hurriedly withdrew his gaze. Yu Susu just snapped back to her senses. She blushed and stuck her tongue out playfully. "No, Grandpa, the heaven leaderboard has been updated. The heaven leaderboard is updated every year. It's normal. Do you have to run out without changing your clothes?" Yu Jiucheng said angrily. Yu Susu stomped her feet and added immediately, "No, the top 10 of the heaven leaderboard has been updated this time." "What? The top 10 has been updated?" As soon as she said that, shock flashed through Yu Jiucheng and Old Man Shin's faces. They threw the chess game aside and rushed into the house. They turned on the computer and logged into the Martial Tao World Forum. They were even more excited than Yu Susu. Top 10 of China's heaven leaderboard. 5 bold golden words appeared before their eyes. Yu Jiucheng suppressed the throbbing in his heart and continued reading. Number 10 on China's heaven leaderboard. Unquestionable sword from Luoyang. Age 40. Level intermediate innate stage. He's known as one of the Eastern Superior, Western Overlord, Mad Southern and Northern Devil. He's an expert in sword Dao. He can even control the sword to take someone's head from 100 steps away. He's known as the Sword God of China. Before Mad Southern Yi appeared, he was the most powerful one among the Eastern Superior, Western Overlord, Southern Killer, and Northern Devil. Yu Susu asked curiously with her beautiful eyes wide open, "Grandpa, is this unquestionable sword really that powerful? He can take someone's head from 100 steps away with his sword?" "That's right." Yu Juchong nodded and recalled. "This person is different from Yuan Bupo and the rest. He's mysterious. I saw him once in Luoyang 20 years ago. I could feel the sword intent on his body from 10 meters away. It was like a thorn in my back. Grandpa, you were a martial Dao master 20 years ago. His aura can affect you from 10 meters away?" Yu Susu was shocked. The old man with the surname Shin, who was standing aside, sighed and said, "Silly girl, there are different masters. Take someone like Unquestionable Sword, for example. His aura is powerful and his energy is majestic. Masters who are slightly weaker will lose their will to fight just by looking at him. Oh God, Unquestionable Sword is already so powerful, but he's only ranked number 10. I can't imagine how terrifying the people before him are." Yu Susu was shocked. The few of them proceeded to read on. Number 9 on China's Heaven leaderboard, Wei Wuya, age 38, level intermediate innate stage. Number 8 on China's Heaven leaderboard, Yan Nanfei, age 39, level intermediate innate stage. Number 7 on China's Heaven leaderboard, Li Yunxiao, age 41, level mastery innate stage. Number 6 on China's Heaven leaderboard, Han Qinhu, age 45, level mastery innate stage. 20 years ago, he fought 3 masters on his own. In the end, 2 died and 1 was injured. Yu Juchong's face turned a little gloomy as he read to this point. He seemed to have recalled something sad. "Grandpa, was it Commander Han who injured you back then?" Yu Susu asked, poking at his sore spot. Yu Juchong nodded lightly and said in all seriousness, "Your first master, second master, and I are from the Xing-Yi sect. Your first master killed many people to avenge his personal grudge, and the military came to suppress him. Commander Han broke into the Xing-Yi sect alone. To protect the inheritance, your first master, second master, and I could only fight him. It was 3 against 1. In the end, your first master and second master died in Commander Han's hands. If not for Commander Han's magnanimity, I'm afraid I would have died in that battle. Although that was the case, I was severely injured in that battle. My cultivation base regressed, and I'm no longer a master." Yu Juchong looked lonely as he spoke to this point. Yu Susu's eyes turned red, and she comforted him immediately. "All right, Grandpa. Let bygones be bygones." "Yes, let's continue reading," the old man said while smiling. Number 5 on the China Heaven leaderboard, Su Chongming, age 42, level late stage Khanate Cultivator. Number 4 on the China Heaven leaderboard, Pang Yuanqing, age 36, cultivation level late stage Khanate stage. Number 3 on the China Heaven leaderboard, Qin Xiaotian, age 34, cultivation level late Khanate stage. Bodyguard of Zongnanhai, nickname Maniac. He grew up in the Shaolin Temple and became the disciple of the Shaolin Temple's martial monk, Shi Wuxia. He looks simple and honest, and he cultivates both internal and external cultivation. His iron shirt has been cultivated to the extreme, and he is impervious to swords and spears. He once single-handedly killed many overseas martial arts masters. Number 2 on the China Heaven leaderboard, Yang Junlin, age 48, level unknown. Known as the number 1 person in China's military, a legend in the military world, and the god of war of China. He reached the peak of the innate stage at the age of 30 and has defeated all the heroes in China without a single defeat. Yu Jiucheng and Old Man Shin inhaled sharply one after another. They looked horrified. The god of war of China! The weight behind these few words was too heavy. Although they claimed to be people from the ancient martial arts world, they had never known that there was such a person in China. It could be seen how deep the martial arts world was. JavaScript. Yu Susu, who was standing aside, did not think too much about it. She exclaimed all of a sudden, "Grandpa, look at number 1." Yu Jiucheng looked over immediately and his brows twitched hard. Number 1 on the China Heaven leaderboard, Mad Southern Yi. Age 30. Level unknown. Born in Tiannan. His cultivation base is unknown. This person went missing for 5 years for no reason and came back 5 years later. This person used to be number 1 on the Heaven leaderboard. He killed Yuan Bupo on the Surge River and fought 3 masters on the Jade Dragon Snow Mountain. He killed Northern Devil Jiang with a swing of his sword and Eastern Superior Ning with a punch. He went after Western Overlord Lu for thousands of miles and killed another overseas martial Dao master in our country sea. This person is suspected to be a cultivation master and a martial Dao master at the peak of the innate stage. He has never lost a single battle since he fought. Moreover, he killed every time he fought. I suspect that he hasn't unleashed his full ability yet. Therefore, he's ranked number 1 on the Heaven leaderboard, number 1 among the innate stage, and number 1 among the masters. Yu Jiucheng and the rest looked like they were petrified after being ranked number 1 3 times consecutively. They were speechless for a long time. Mad Southern Yi, number 1 on the China Heaven leaderboard. On this day, the Chinese martial Dao world was in an uproar. All of them were shocked by the ranking. They had mixed feelings after they calmed down. It was an era of heroes. Qin Shaotian, Peng Yuanqing, Han Qinhu, Li Yunxiao, Yan Nanfei, Wei Wuya, Unquestionable Jian, and Yang Junlin. Heroes fought for supremacy, while beauties were as beautiful as jade. Facing so many heroes, could he, Mad Southern Yi, create glory again and suppress the heroes? Chapter 178. On the plane to Beijing, Yi Qin sat at the aisle seat. Yi Qin sat at the seat near the aisle and looked at his phone quietly. He would look like he was in deep thought every now and then. Meanwhile, Meng Meng sat aside and fell asleep with her head on Yi Chen's thighs. The little girl was reluctant to leave her grandparents before they left. Her eyes were red from crying. However, she was excited as soon as she got on the plane. Being a child, and since it was her first time taking a plane, the little girl pestered Yi Chen with questions such as how the plane could fly and whether it would fall. Yi Chen only managed to calm her down after a long time. There are 8 major families in Beijing: the Su family, the Qin family, the Shui family, the Li family, the Yan family, the Han family, the Peng family, and the Wei family. Yi Chen put his phone down after finally digesting the information that Lin Tai had given him. He could not help but frown. He did not take a good look at the other families, but he studied the Su family for a while. The rough information that he got was that the old master of the Su family was a veteran of the War of Resistance. He had 2 sons and a daughter. The eldest son was Su Chonglin, the second son was Su Chongming, and the youngest daughter was Su Ting. Su Chonglin was Su Yuhan and Su Youwei's biological father, but he had passed away due to illness early on. Meanwhile, Su Chongming was Su Qilin and Su Tao's father. He held an important position in the military at the moment, while Su Ting had been abroad. For years ago, old master Su passed away at the Beijing military first affiliated hospital when he was 82 years old. Since then, Su Chongming had been in charge of the Su family. 2 of old master Su's brothers were in politics. One of them had climbed to the deputy national level, so it was not an exaggeration to say that he was extremely powerful. Judging from that, the Su family was a real wealthy family. Moreover, it was a top-notch, wealthy family with bosses in both the military and politics. I don't care how powerful your family is. You're nothing in front of absolute power. Destroying the Su family is only one of the reasons why I came to Beijing earlier. My main mission is to find Yuhan and bring her home." Yi Qin squinted slightly as he thought to himself, "And that guy who's trying to hit on Yuhan, I don't care who you are. From the moment you tried to hit on Yuhan, you're already a dead man." No matter how calm he was, he could not help but feel excited as soon as he thought that he was about to reunite with Yuhan. At that moment, a soft, delicate voice came. Yi Qin lifted his eyes and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a lady with a cold expression sitting across him. The woman was about 23 or 24 years old and was dressed fashionably. She had an oval face, arched eyebrows, and long curly hair. However, at this moment, she was covering her lower abdomen with her hand. Her curved brows were furrowed into a crease, and there was a heart-wrenching expression on her face. However, there was no one beside her. Yi Qin looked away after taking a glance and closed his eyes to rest. However, soon he felt someone grab his arm. When he opened his eyes, he saw the woman sitting opposite him. Her face was deathly pale as she clutched his hand. Her face was covered in sweat, and the sweat spread into the air along with her body fragrance. For a moment, it was refreshing. "Mister, help me, I'm in so much pain," the woman snorted as she exhaled. "Help you?" Yi Qin frowned. He wanted to reject her, but he controlled his divine consciousness to scan her body by instinct. He immediately noticed what was wrong with her. That was dysmenorrhea. The woman was in so much pain that her face was pale and her forehead was covered with sweat. She looked at him with a pleading expression. "Please help me call." Yi Qin shook his head and grabbed her hand. What do you want to do?" "I just want you to call the stewardess for me." Don't mess around." The lady was shocked by Yi Chen's abrupt action. She wanted to struggle, but she realized that she could not muster any strength. Just when she was going to scream, her weak voice stopped abruptly. She looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. This was because she realized that there was a warm current coming from Yi Chen's hand that was grabbing her. The heat flowed into her body, and then the painful period that was tormenting her just now was gone. All of a sudden, her beautiful eyes flashed with shock. So this pervert didn't want to take advantage of me, but wanted to cure me. Also, her technique was amazing. She only touched me once, and it didn't hurt anymore. She said awkwardly after snapping back to her senses, "Sir, I'm really sorry about that." "Thank you." "Oh yeah, what's your name?" "Don't bother me if there's nothing else." Yi Qin retracted his hand calmly and closed his eyes again after reminding her. He had removed the blocked period in the lady's body with his spiritual energy earlier. His words caused the woman to be stunned. What did he mean by "don't bother you"? It sounded like I'm annoying. She pouted, feeling wronged. She, Yanning, always thought that her looks and body were extraordinary. Since she was young, the opposite sex had always been around her. However, someone was looking down on her today. Yanning turned her head away angrily as she thought to this point. She was sulking on her own. Yi Qin had no idea what she was thinking about. Even if he knew, he would not care. Soon, Yanning's soft moan came into his ears again. Impatience flashed through Yi Chen's face. He realized that she was in pain again when he opened his eyes. Yanning's pretty face was flushing as she stuttered. Erm. Can you touch me again? I am not feeling well again." "Touch you again?" As soon as he said that, an uncle who was reading the newspaper behind Yi Qin almost fell to the ground when he heard that. Sigh, youngsters nowadays. In front of so many people, the uncle looked back and forth between the two of them with a strange gaze. He shook his head and picked up the newspaper again to read. "Please, last time." Yanning's face turned even redder. She was dying to dig a hole and hide in it. Those who didn't know better would think that she was that kind of person. But menstrual cramps were really painful. Yi Qin frowned and controlled his divine consciousness to check her body again. He could not help but exclaim, "Did you eat something?" For example, herbs with positive properties. Men were yang while women were yin. However, he found that the other party was a woman, but her body was full of yang qi. Under the imbalance of yin and yang, her qi and blood were exuberant, so her menstrual cycle was relatively large. He had just helped her dredge up her blocked menstrual cycle, but it was blocked again. What are yang herbs? Yan Ning was a little confused. Her pretty face turned pale as she said in fear, I am not terminally ill, am I? Yi Chen did not bother to explain to her. Just when he stretched his arm out to clear it for her, a sarcastic voice came into his ears. Hey, do you know how to treat illnesses or not? Are you trying to take advantage of me? Yi Chen saw a young man sitting in front of Yan Ning, looking at him as soon as he said that. There was intense disgust and disdain on the young man's face. He had seen the entire process of Yi Chen treating Yan Ning earlier. So deep disdain rose within him. To him, Yi Chen had merely touched Yan Ning's hand. It would be pure nonsense if he said he could treat her just like that. Yi Chen ignored him directly and looked at Yan Ning. Give me your hand. Little did he know that his neglect made the young man feel guilty. The young man was getting more and more powerful. He said to Yan Ning while looking at her, Don't listen to him, pretty lady. He's trying to take advantage of you. He paused at the end of his sentence and proceeded to say, My family has been studying medicine for generations. If you don't mind, I can take a look at you. It's better than someone with ulterior motives. Pride flashed through his face as he spoke to this point. To him, Yan Ning would most likely agree to his request as soon as she heard that he was a doctor. No, I want him to show it to me. You go back to where you came from. However, Yan Ning pouted impatiently. She got down from her seat and walked to Yi Chen. She could not stop shaking his arm while holding his hand. Sir, just touch me again. I promise it'll be just once. I'll treat you to a meal later. The smile on the young man's face froze. What she said created an intense reaction in the car. Many of them had obvious jealousy and envy on their faces. Yan Ning's pretty face blushed when she sensed the people's strange stares. The young man secretly clenched his teeth and scoffed. Some people are really shameless. They're cheating and taking advantage of a lady. Are you saying that I'm cheating? Yi Chen looked at him expressionlessly. That's right. That's what I said. If you really have medical skills, why don't you take a look at me? The young man walked over and extended his palm. He was determined to expose Yi Chen's mask. The people in the car watched coldly when they noticed the duo starting to argue. Most of them shared the same thought as the young man. Clearly, they did not believe that Yi Chen had medical skills. After all, which doctor would be so flirtatious when treating a patient? He was touching her and treating her to a meal. Yi Chen merely glanced at him and subsequently shook his head. You're beyond cure. You're not far from death. Instead of embarrassing yourself here, why don't you go home and prepare for your funeral? Chapter 179. As soon as Yi Chen was done speaking, the young man was enraged at first. Subsequently, he scoffed and said, I'm terminally ill and I'm not far from death? What a joke. I suppose your family has been practicing medicine for generations. Yi Chen asked, You're pretty smart. To tell you the truth, I'm from the Zhang family of Wannan. The young man lifted his head proudly and revealed everything he had as if he was showing off. As soon as he said that, a commotion stirred in the cabin. There was a commotion in the cabin, including Yan Ning. Someone said in shock, The Zhang family of Wannan? The Zhang family that's known as the martial arts family? That's right. The young man smiled proudly. An old man clicked his tongue. I heard that the Zhang family has been in business for up to 1,000 years, especially the old master of the Zhang family. He's considered to be the best doctor in China. As a member of the Zhang family, I'm sure this young man's ability can't be too bad. The pride on the young man's face grew when he heard the people's discussion. He looked at Yi Chen with a victorious expression. Yi Chen seemed to have not heard what the people said. He spoke confidently while looking at the young man. That explains it. I can smell up to 1,000 types of medicine on you. I'm sure you've been studying medicine since you were young. Moreover, you've made medicine for yourself to train your body. Just when the young man was going to nod, he heard Yi Chen speak again. That's good news. Unfortunately, you're not proficient in medicine. You didn't master the combination of the medicine completely, so you're poisoned by the combination of the thousands of medicines. I can guarantee that there are no less than 100 types of poison in your body now. The poison has even penetrated into your organs and bones. Yi Chen smiled lightly as he spoke to this point. That's why I said that you're terminally ill and you're not far from death. Moreover, I'm the only one in the world who can treat you. Even the old master of the Zhang family can't do it. He had seen all of that through his divine consciousness. The young man could not stop laughing in rage. He was so mad that his face was flushing. If that's what you said, how long do I have to live? 7 steps. Yi Chen shook his head and said, Your vital energy and blood are rushing up because of your rage, speeding up the spread of the poison. I can guarantee that you'll definitely die if you take another 7 steps. Gasp! As his voice fell, the entire cabin burst into an uproar. This was the first time they had heard someone say that a person would definitely die within 7 steps. Not to mention humans. Perhaps even highly sensitive medical equipment would not be able to determine that, right? The crowd could not help but shake their heads. He thought that Yi Chen was boasting too much. Even Yan Ning, who was standing next to Yi Chen, secretly pulled his shirt, signaling him to stop talking nonsense. However, Yi Chen remained unmoved. You actually said that I will die within 7 steps. As though he had heard something funny, the young man suddenly took a deep breath and said, All right, I'll show you 7 steps now. If I'm fine after 7 steps, don't blame me for throwing you out of the plane. After saying this, he immediately lifted his left foot and took a step forward. Open your eyes wide and look carefully. This is the first step. There are 6 more steps to go. He turned his head and smirked at Yi Chen. Subsequently, he took another step, 2 steps, 3 steps, and 6 steps. There's 1 last step left. I'm looking forward to seeing your expression later. Yi Chen shook his head lightly. It was his first time seeing someone so eager to die. However, such a piece of trash did not deserve his sympathy. Many people looked at Yi Chen in a gloating manner. Yan Ning comforted him. Don't be afraid. He won't dare to throw you out. Otherwise, I'll make him suffer. The young man chuckled and lifted his foot to take the 7th step. The smile on his face froze as soon as his foot was lifted into the air. The next moment, subsequently, his heart felt like it was being sliced by a knife as if it was being torn apart. Ah! He spat a mouthful of black blood out, and his foot that was stepping out stopped mid-air, not daring to land. He turned his head to look at Yi Chen while swaying. He begged in an extremely hoarse voice, help me! At that moment, he was completely shrouded in fear. It was his first time sensing the aura of death. The people could not help but exclaim by instinct upon seeing that. They looked horrified. Yi Chen's words really came true. He would definitely die within 7 steps. Yan Ning opened her beautiful eyes wide and looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. Is he really that amazing? Help me. I am begging you. The young man felt the situation in his body getting worse. Even his voice was choking with fear. You've been jealous since the beginning when you saw this beauty being intimate with me. You wanted to slap me in the face and step on me to attract the beauty's attention. What you're doing is extremely stupid. Yi Chen smirked and pointed at Yan Ning, who was next to him. I'm reminding you that you don't have much time left out of kindness. You thought I was provoking you, so you insisted on doing the opposite. You're so stupid. Why should I save a moron like you? Get lost if you want to die. Don't be an eyesore. Yi Chen closed his eyes and ignored the people after saying that. The rest ran to get the air stewardess immediately. Seeing that Yi Chen was still unmoved, someone next to him could not help but say, "Little brother, please be magnanimous and save him. If he really dies, the plane will have to land. Moreover, we'll be questioned by the police." "That's right. Please save him. That's a human life we're talking about," Ning said, feeling sorry for him. Chen only opened his eyes then and glanced at the young man extremely coldly. "You want me to save you, don't you?" "Help me. I don't want to die." The young man nodded with difficulty. Half of his face had turned black. Clearly, the poison had spread to his face. He would definitely die when it reached his brain. "Kneel," Chen said expressionlessly. "Stand up straight when you're being beaten. People have to pay for their stupidity." The young man's expression changed. However, his life eventually won over his dignity. With the help of a few men, he knelt on one knee before Chen while being dragged by one of his legs. "I am sorry. I didn't recognize you," the young man said while blushing. Chen raised his brows and remained sitting calmly. Subsequently, he flicked his finger at the young man. A spiritual energy seed flew into the young man's body at that moment. In the next second, under everyone's incredulous gazes, the poison on the young man's face quickly dissipated. Not long after, his complexion looked much better. At that moment, everyone was convinced of Chen's ability. "What a master!" the young man said with extreme gratitude. "Thank you for saving my life, miracle doctor. I, Zhang Zijian, am extremely grateful. You must visit the Zhang family in the future, miracle Dr. Wanen." He was really convinced. The person before him was a real medical expert, especially what he did earlier. Even the Zhang family's top doctor could not do that. "Get lost," Chen said without even lifting his head. "The reason why I saved you isn't because I pity you. I just don't want your death to delay my journey." Zhang Zijian smiled bitterly and hurriedly returned to his seat, not daring to say a word of complaint. Ning, who was standing aside, took a good look at Chen and said weakly, Can you touch me again?" By the time the doctor arrived, he realized that nothing had happened. Over an hour later, the plane landed at the Beijing Western Suburb Airport. Chen carried his daughter and got off the plane. Just when he was about to leave, Ning stopped him. "Hey, miracle doctor, give me your WeChat number so that we can contact each other in the future." "I'm sorry, I don't have WeChat." "Then you should have my number, right?" Little Jing was pissed and asked, unwilling to give up. "I'm sorry, I don't have it either." Chen walked out after saying that. Ning stomped her feet in anger. She secretly cursed Chen for being such a jerk. Meng hugged Chen's neck and looked around the entire airport curiously. She said in her baby voice, "Daddy, I'm hungry." "Sure, I'll bring you to eat something delicious." Chen smiled. Just when he was going to a restaurant nearby after walking out of the airport, two young men walked to him. They had a strong military aura on them. "Soldiers." Chen frowned. The leading young man removed the sunglasses on his face. "Mr. Yi, our boss would like to see you." Chen's expression turned grim. "I'm sorry, I'm busy. Your boss would like to see me. Get him to come here personally. Also, please move away. Don't block my way." "Aren't you going if it's about the Su family?" the young man asked coldly. Chapter 180. It was noon at the Beijing military compound. An extremely low-key BMW slowly drove into a retro courtyard. Wherever it passed, no one dared to question it. Chen walked out of the car while carrying his daughter. The young man from before lifted his hand at the courtyard. "Mr. Yi, our boss is inside. Please." Two fully armed sentries stood at the entrance of the courtyard house. Their figures were tall and straight, and they looked straight ahead like two statues. Just when Chen was going in while carrying his daughter, the two sentries stopped him all of a sudden. They looked at Meng, who was in his embrace, expressionlessly. "This child can't go in. Also, we're going to search her. Please cooperate with us." Chen looked cold. "Move away." Just when the two sentries were going to search him by force, An extremely majestic voice came from the house. "Let them in." The two of them then moved aside. Yi Chen carried his daughter and walked in without saying a word. The door was then closed. The decorations in the house were simple. However, there were many calligraphy hanging on the wall, especially one that read, "Those who offend my china will be killed no matter how far away you are." The brush was bold and powerful. It was eye-catching. At that moment, an old man in a Chinese tunic suit walked out of the cubicle. He was of medium height and was approximately 60 years old. Although the old man looked mediocre, his eyes were extremely sharp, as if he could see through everything in the world with just a glance. Most importantly, he was exuding a righteous aura at all times. Meanwhile, there was a young man in a suit behind the old man. The young man had a crew cut and looked honest. He had thick brows and big eyes. He was approximately 30 years old, and there was a battle intent in his eyes when he looked at Yi Chen occasionally. The old man in the Chinese tunic suit wrapped a tobacco leaf and said to Yi Chen kindly, "Should I call you Yi Chen or Mad Southern Yi?" "You can call me whatever you want, Commander Chen." Yi Chen smiled calmly and had his eyes on the young man behind the old man because he sensed a battle intent. In reality, he had figured out the old man's identity since he walked in. He was the commander-in-chief of the military, Old Chen. The old man in the Chinese tunic suit wrapped the tobacco leaf and reached out to take a cigarette from the young man's hand. After lighting it up, he began to smoke. "All right then, I'll call you Yi Chen. You don't have to call me Commander Chen. Just call me Old Chen, or you can call me Director Chen. Sit, don't just stand there." As he spoke, he took the initiative to hand over a stool. Yi Chen sat down while carrying his daughter. His expression remained the same, as if the person standing before him was just an ordinary old farmer. A look of admiration flashed in Old Chen's eyes. "I invited you here today mainly for two things. First, I represent the Chinese military to invite you to join the Special Forces Brigade and become the chief instructor of the Divine Arms Battalion." "Old Chen, I've already said that I have two conditions," Yi Chen said. "The first condition you mentioned is that after you join, you will not interfere with the Divine Strategy Battalion's matters, much less come to train, right? I can promise you that." Old Chen nodded. Subsequently, he said while frowning, "As for your second condition, I can't promise you the geographical vein just yet because I don't know where the geographical vein is at the moment. However, I can promise you that I'll definitely find it if there's one." Yi Chen smiled lightly. "The day the geographical vein is found will be the day I officially join the Divine Arms Battalion. You've got guts, brat. You're the first person who dares to negotiate with me." Old Chen laughed out loud and changed the topic. "Let me ask you, is there a grudge between you and the Su family?" "Old Chen, you have sharp eyes." Yi Chen squinted and took a good look at him. He admitted it openly. He was not surprised at all. If the military could not even find that, they would be no different from trash. Old Chen looked straight at him. "So, you're here in Beijing to destroy the Song family?" "That's right." Yi Chen answered honestly. "Young man." Old Chen took a deep breath in, and the aura on his body changed. "How dare you admit to me that you want to destroy the Su family? Do you think that you can come and go as you please in my place?" His voice fell. The young man who was standing behind him took a step forward. The ground did not show any signs of cracking, but a majestic force charged at Yi Chen through the ground at high speed. Yi Chen stepped onto the ground softly. He dissolved the force instantly. At the same time, surprise flashed through the young man's face behind Old Chen. The battle intent in his eyes when he looked at Yi Chen was growing. "Since I, Yi Chen, dared to come here alone, naturally, I have the confidence to leave safely. Moreover, I don't think Old Chen has any enmity toward me," Yi Chen said without changing his expression. "Mad Southern Yi, you're even crazier than the rumors say." Instead of being mad, Old Chen smiled. The admiration in his eyes was getting more obvious. "Do you want to hear me out?" "Go ahead, Old Chen." Old Chin wiped the smile off his face and said in his deep voice, "This is Beijing, the capital of China. I don't want you to stir up trouble. Even if you're mad Southerny and the #1 on the heaven leaderboard, you can't challenge the country's bottom line. Do you understand? Are you trying to stop me from touching the Su family, Old Chin?" Yi Chin squinted as his smile turned cold. "Touch the Su family?" Old Chin said in all seriousness. "The situation in Beijing is complicated. Meanwhile, the Su family has a deputy national level, 2 high officials, 5 director-level people, and 1/3 of their direct descendants in the military. Tell me, how are you going to touch them?" Yi Chin said nothing, but he was secretly a little surprised. Never had he thought that the Su family, one of the 8 clans in Beijing, would possess such great power despite looking insignificant. "Young man, sometimes you can't solve things with just your strength alone. Are you going to kill them with your sword? Then the Su family will retaliate," Old Chin proceeded to say. Yi Chin shook his head and said in a non-committal manner, "But I still think that nothing can withstand a single blow from absolute power." "So, do you think your power is above the law? Do you want to go against a country?" Old Chin looked dignified without being angry. "Moreover, this is the country that gave birth to you and raised you. Your ancestors have been living and sleeping on this land for generations. Your parents have even enjoyed benefits such as subsidies and medical insurance from the country." Yi Chin said coldly, "I never said that." Old Chin stared at him for a few seconds and said, "Therefore, you must do things within the scope of the law. For example, if the Su family is corrupt and violates the country's interests and the boss falls from power, you, the Major General of the Firearms Division, will have the right to kill the traitors. Of course, I'm just saying if. I don't mean anything else. Don't overthink it and put away those dangerous thoughts of yours." Old Chin looked sincere as he spoke to this point. The corner of Yi Chin's lips twitched slightly as he nodded calmly. "Don't worry, Old Chin. I know what to do. All right, go back. I won't ask you to stay for dinner. The food here is simple. You won't get used to it." Old Chin turned around, looking rather dispirited. "Xiaotian, send them out personally." Yi Chin carried his daughter and walked out of the courtyard house. The young man in the suit led the father and daughter out of the military courtyard without saying a word. "Thank you," Yi Chin said coldly. The young man in the suit lifted his eyes to look at him. He said while scratching his head, "Did you bully my sister?" Yi Chin was slightly stunned. He failed to react at that moment. "You bullied my sister. I really want to beat you up." The young man in the suit was in a dilemma. He looked at the courtyard house. "But the boss doesn't allow me to fight anyone. I'm in a dilemma. Why don't we fight when I'm free one day? No matter who wins or loses, I'll let you go for bullying my sister." "Sure." Yi Chin smiled and left while carrying his daughter. However, he could not stop recalling as he walked. When did I bully his sister? In the courtyard house. Soon after Yi Chin left, a middle-aged man in military uniform walked out of the house. He looked at Old Chin, who was practicing calligraphy, and hesitated to speak. "Commander, aren't you being unfair today? You're hinting at him in such a crazy way." Old Chin didn't say a word. When the last stroke was done, a big Su character appeared. A faintly discernible voice rang out. "Some people seem to have gotten carried away all these years. They think that #1 can't lift a saber anymore. Isn't a saber delivered just in time?" Chapter 181. In a roast duck restaurant, Yi Chin sat by the window on the second floor. After watching his daughter finish half of the roast duck, Yi Chin took a piece of tissue and wiped her mouth. He said while smiling, "My dear, are you full?" "Daddy, where did Cutie go?" The little girl burped and looked at the remaining roast duck on the table in pity. "I can't finish it. It'd be great if Cutie was here. Cutie checked it in earlier. He should be on his way here." Yi Chan was in between tears and laughter. He carried the little girl, and left the roast duck restaurant after getting the waiter to settle the bill. He was secretly exclaiming. Beijing was indeed the capital of the country. There were all sorts of delicacies. It was like a paradise for foodies. A black Mercedes-Benz was parked outside. A young man walked out of the car as the door opened. He walked to Yi Chen and greeted him respectfully, "My lord." Yi Chen could not help but stop walking and look at him. He came to a realization. "You're Lin Tai's man?" "That's right. My name is Wang Meng. I'm the person in charge that Brother Leopard arranged in Beijing. I've been looking for Ms. Su's whereabouts before this." Wang Meng nodded and said, "Brother Leopard informed me when you got on the plane this morning. I've arranged a place for you to stay." "Thank you, Lin Tai." Yi Chen smiled calmly and got into the black Mercedes-Benz. Perhaps because she had just eaten, the little girl fell asleep in his embrace. Soon, the car drove into a retro bungalow. The bungalow was not huge, but the environment was great. To increase their privacy, Lin Tai did not arrange for a maid. Yi Chen got out of the car and walked into the bungalow. He put his daughter, who was asleep on the bed, and walked to the living room to look at Wang Meng. "Do you have any information on Yuhan's whereabouts?" "Not yet." Wang Meng looked nervous and said, while shaking his head, "After Brother Leopard arranged for us to come here, we created a delivery company to cover it up. We've been looking for Ms. Su's whereabouts under the name of delivery. However, there's been no breakthrough until now." Yi Chen shook his head and said in slight disappointment, "Then is it possible that she's in the Su residence?" Although Su Yue had said that she might be hiding in the temple, Yi Chen dared not believe her completely. "Impossible." Wang Meng shook his head with certainty. "We've sent more than a dozen groups of brothers to infiltrate the Su family, but there's no news of Miss Su. Even the Su family's own people don't know about it. One of our brothers failed and raised the Su family's guard, and then it was very difficult for our people to enter the Su family. We even attracted the attention of the local gangs in Beijing. A gang called the Fast Attack Group has been keeping an eye on us. We lost more than 100 brothers because of that." Wang Meng smiled bitterly. Yi Chen could not help but frown. Fast Attack Group? Would there be such a shady existence under the feet of the Emperor? Yes, the Fast Attack Group. They're a security company on the surface, but they're actually a gang. Wang Meng nodded and said, "Moreover, we also found out that the Fast Attack Group has a deep background. It seems to be the Xue family's force." "The Xue family?" Yi Chen's expression turned slightly grim. He had learned about the Beijing organizations when he was on the plane. The Xue family was a wealthy family that was on par with the Su family, the Qin family, the Han family, the Li family, the Wei family, the Peng family, and the Yan family. He came to a realization and asked, "How many temples and Taoist temples are there in Beijing?" "I'm not sure how many exactly." Wang Meng pondered for a while and said uncertainly, "But there are at least 100 temples and monasteries." "No less than 100, although Yi Chen was prepared. He could not help but be stunned. He said after a few seconds of silence, "How many people do you have under you now?" "Less than 200, Wang Meng replied. Yi Chen ordered, "Send all of your men out and turn all the temples and Taoist temples in Beijing upside down." "High Lord, will this attract the attention of other forces and stop us?" Wang Meng asked hesitantly. Hearing this, a mocking smirk appeared at the corner of Yi Chen's lips. His voice was extremely cold. "I'll kill whoever dares to stop me." The Xue family, the Su family, sensing the killing intent coming out of him, Wang Meng clenched his teeth. "Sure, I'll make the arrangements now." "Oh, yeah, High Lord, we have a business in Beijing. It's a medicine store. Do you want to take a look?" Lin Tai had prepared that for him. Lin Tai knew that Yi Chen knew how to refine medicinal pills. Refining medicinal pills required herbs, so he bought a medicine store. "Bring me there." In Beijing's Dongqing district, at the entrance of a Chinese medicine store called the Qi Medicine Hall, Yi Chen got out of the car while carrying his daughter. He stood by the street and looked at the medicine store before him. The medicine store was not big. It was only over 100 square meters, and there would be customers coming and going from time to time. Lin Tai really knows how to get things done. He's done all of that without any prior instructions. It's no wonder such a person can rise in Lin City. Yi Chen secretly nodded and walked into the Qi medicine hall under Wang Meng's lead. He smelled the pungent smell of Chinese medicine as soon as he entered. An old man in his 50s was greeting customers at the counter. The man put down what he was doing and welcomed them as soon as he saw Yi Chen and the rest. However, he walked to Wang Meng with a flattering smile. "Mr. Wang, why are you here? Why didn't you tell me that you're here?" Meanwhile, he did not even look at Yi Chen. He thought that he was Wang Meng's follower. Wang Meng was a little embarrassed, so he glared at him immediately and introduced, "This is Mr. Yi next to me. He's the owner of the medicine store, Mr. Yi. This is the manager that we hired, Huang Fugui." Huang Fugui was stunned at first. Then he extended his hand to Yi Chen immediately. He was smiling so widely that his face looked like a chrysanthemum. "Oh, you're the boss. I didn't recognize you. Please don't blame me. Don't worry about it." Yi Chen shook his head coldly and put the little girl in his embrace down. Huang Fugui shouted into the medicine store immediately, "Daniu, where the hell are you? Serve us some tea now." Not long after, a burly and honest-looking young man walked out with a cup of tea in his hands. The young man was stunned at first when he saw Yi Chen. Subsequently, he said excitedly, "Why, your brother Chen." "What brother Chen?" "He's our store's owner." "Don't call him that." Huang Fugui glared at him angrily. "It's been a while, Daniu." Yi Chen smiled lightly. The young man before him was Zhang Daniu, whom he had met on his way to the Wuming grassland. He was the young man who had brought the urn to the grassland to fulfill his dead sister's dream. It was Huang Fugui's turn to be shocked. "Boss, do you guys know each other? We've met before." Yi Chen nodded and took the tea from Zhang Daniu. He said while smiling, "Daniu, why are you here?" "Brother Chen." "Oh no, boss, I buried my sister after I brought her to visit the grassland." Zhang Daniu scratched his head and said rather embarrassedly, "My parents found me a wife in the village, but they asked for 48,000 yuan as a betrothal gift. So I came out to earn money. I earn 2,200 yuan a month. I'll spend 200 yuan and send 2,000 yuan back home. I'll be able to marry my wife in 2 years. Then work hard here. I'll give you a raise if you perform well." Yi Chen could not help but laugh in surprise. His impression of Zhang Daniu was getting better. The man was honest, loyal, and simple-minded. He was not as greedy as the manager, Huang Fugui. Huang Fugui scolded while laughing, "That's all you've got." "Dad, are you bullying my brother Daniu again?" Following a dissatisfied shout, a young girl walked in from outside. The girl was in her early 20s and was very delicate and pretty. Her eyebrows were curved like crescent moons. But at this moment, her face was panting with anger. "What do you mean I'm bullying him?" Huang Fugui smiled awkwardly at Yi Chen and took the initiative to introduce. "Boss, this is my daughter, Huang Pei. She's currently helping out in the store." Pei, greet the boss. In reality, he felt a little guilty. He had thought that there was no boss in the store, so he secretly sent his daughter here. She would still be paid, but she would not do much. Huang, Pei only had her eyes on Yi Chen then. Stunned, she said in shock, "You're our boss." One could not blame her for being shocked. Not only did Yi Chen look young, but he did not look like a boss at all. Even Huang Fugui, who was standing aside, was the same. Yi Chen nodded calmly. Huang Pei said with her hands on her hips, after finally accepting it, "Boss, you must give my brother Daniu a raise. He works from dawn to dusk in our store and doesn't complain about anything." "There's no need for that. I'm not tired at all. As long as brother Chen doesn't think I'm stupid, I'll be fine." Zhang Daniu's cheeks were flushing as he waved immediately. Yi Chen chuckled softly. Of course, of course. At that moment, there were more customers in the store. Huang Fugui and his daughter got busy. Naturally, they wanted to impress their boss. Just when Yi Chen was about to leave, two ladies walked in through the door. The leading lady was wearing a light yellow dress. She was surprised to see Yi Chen. "Ah, it's you, Miracle Doctor." Chapter 182. Yi Chen could not help but be extremely surprised to see that it was Yan Ning whom he had met on the plane earlier. Yan Ning, on the other hand, was much happier. She could not stop chattering around Yi Chen as she walked in. "Almighty Miracle Doctor, why are you here? Don't tell me this pharmacy is yours?" Yan Ning was surprised and delighted. When she got off the plane earlier, she asked Yi Chen for his contact number. However, Yi Chen refused to give it to her, which made her sulk for a while. She did not expect to bump into him when she was out with her friend to get medicine. Yi Chen said coldly, "I guess so. Sister Nanan, he's the godly doctor I told you about." Yan Ning held the lady's hand next to her and introduced her to Yi Chen while smiling. "Miracle Doctor, this is my friend, Wei Nan." Meanwhile, Wei Nan was also taking a good look at Yi Chen. He secretly frowned upon noticing that he had a mediocre appearance and what he was wearing. Although he did not judge a book by its cover, he was not interested in Yi Chen at all. How could such a person be the miracle doctor that Yan Ning mentioned who treated her and said that Zhang Zijian would definitely die within 7 steps? Could it be that both of them were acting? Although that was what she was thinking, she still forced a smile at Yi Chen coldly. After all, to her, she was already giving him face by looking at him. "Great miracle doctor, we've met twice in a day. Do you think it's fate?" Yan Ning looked at Yi Chen and said without noticing, "Since we're fated, tell me your name. We'll be friends in Beijing from now on." Yi Chen could not stand her pestering anymore. He said coldly, "Yi Chen, my name is Yan Ning. Yan as in swallow and Ning as in tranquility." Yan Ning introduced herself as well. She did not mind Yi Chen's indifference at all. Huang Fugui walked over and smiled. "Are the two of you here to get the medicine?" "No." Yan Ning shook her head and said, "I'm here to ask you what yang medicine is." She had menstrual pain on the plane. She clearly remembered Yi Chen asking her if she had taken any medicine with positive properties. That was why she brought her friend here to ask so that she would not take the wrong medicine again. Positive drug? Huang Fugui was confused. He had been dealing with Chinese herbal medicine for decades, but this was the first time he had heard of such a term. Could it be an aphrodisiac? Yi Chen said, "Yang medicine is a medicine that can stimulate the blood in a person's body. You took this when you had your period earlier, which caused your period to be frequent, the blood clots to harden, and menstrual pain." Yan Ning looked like she understood, but she did not. Just when she was going to say something, Wei Nan, who was next to her, urged, "All right, Yan Ning, since we figured it out, let's go back." She didn't want to stay here a moment longer. Yang medicine? It was pure fiction. Yan Ning was the only one who would believe that and be foolishly tricked by others. "Sister Nanan, he just arrived and he's leaving." Yan Ning's pretty face fell. "If you're not leaving, then I'm leaving," Wei Nan said coldly. Yan Ning grabbed her immediately and turned her head to say to Yi Chen, "Miracle Dr. Yi, you saved me on the plane. Why don't I treat you to dinner tonight? I'll introduce a few friends to you too. Your restaurant's business will be better then." Just when Yi Chen was going to reject her, Huang Fugui, who was next to him, agreed immediately. Sure, that's a good idea. He was a smart man, so he could tell that the two ladies before him had an extraordinary identity. It meant that their friends were about the same. With their help, the pharmacy's business would be better, and his salary would increase. "It's a deal." "Miracle Dr. Yi, I'll pick you up tonight," Yan Ning said and left before Yi Chen could reject her. After they left, Yi Chen looked at Huang Fugui expressionlessly. "Are you the boss, or am I the boss?" He hated it when other people made decisions for him. You are. Huang Fugawei jolted and forced a smile that looked uglier than crying on his face. Boss, I won't do it again. However, if I can really get to know them, perhaps we won't have to pay the protection fee. What protection fee? Yi Qin squinted. Wang Meng, who had been quiet, explained immediately. It's the protection fee. The Fast Attack group manages this street, and they'll come to collect money from us every month. He did not want to have a conflict with the Fast Attack group and delay his business, so he could only accept it. After all, he had to lower his head when he was under someone else's roof. What a great protection fee! Yi Qin scoffed and glanced at him extremely coldly. I don't want this to happen again. Boss, if we don't pay, what if the Fast Attack group comes looking for trouble? Huang Fugawei's expression changed. An ordinary person like him could not afford to offend them at all. Get them to come to me for the money, directly. Yi Qin walked out of the medicine hall after saying that while Wang Meng followed him closely. In a Porsche, Wei Nan rolled her eyes at Yan Ning and said angrily, Are you dumb? Why did you invite him to dinner? But he saved my life. Yan Ning pouted, not bothered at all. Wei Nan frowned. How do you know that he's not playing tricks to get close to you? I've seen many people like him. Don't hang out with him anymore. No, Sister Nanan. Yi Qin really has medical skills. You must believe me. I'm going to introduce him to my grandpa. Yan Ning panicked a little. Do whatever you want. Wei Nan sighed helplessly and drove the car away. However, she was secretly scoffing. So what if you're really a miracle doctor? This is Beijing. A miracle doctor is just too insignificant. I'd like to see what happens to you when Yan Ning's pursuers find out that you're close to her. What an idiot. In the afternoon, Yi Qin stood next to a pile of rocks with his arms behind his back. There was a man-made garden before him. There were ancient buildings and lush trees as far as the eye could see. There was a natural, man-made lake in the middle of the garden. The lake was winding, and the end of the lake happened to be facing Yi Qin. It looked like an azure dragon that was breathing. Meanwhile, there were bare tree stumps standing next to the man-made lake. Countless monkeys were standing on the tree stumps, scratching their ears and cheeks as they played. At that moment, a security guard in uniform walked out of nowhere. He walked over with a stun baton and chased the monkeys away. The monkeys ran back after he left. Yi Qin said, What's this place? My lord, this used to be a private zoo called the Imperial Wind Pavilion, Wang Meng introduced. It was opened by a couple who studied abroad. The couple got into gambling and got into huge debt. Both of them committed suicide by jumping off a building. Since their creditor was a local state-owned enterprise, the government could only close the zoo temporarily. They're planning to mortgage it to collect the debt. What an azure dragon spitting water and a group of monkeys circling the land. Admiration flashed through Yi Qin's eyes. He wondered if the couple who studied abroad had built a private zoo on a small dragon vein by accident. The azure dragon spitting water was dragon energy. It was a treasure land that circulated. However, the couple knew nothing about feng shui. They made the azure dragon's head, which was the end of the lake, face outside the garden. Would that not mean that their wealth would be leaked? It was no wonder that they got into gambling. The monkeys knew that it was a treasure land. Therefore, they refused to leave no matter how the outsiders chased them away. If he bought the garden and built a big formation on the dragon vein with dragon energy as the source and the formation as the framework, it would be brand new. He could turn this place into a natural spiritual land that could speed up one's cultivation. Yi Qin could not help but ask as he thought to this point, This garden hasn't been sold yet, has it? No. Wang Meng shook his head and said, But there's already a buyer. The Su family happens to like it, and they're planning to buy it as a gift. Naturally, the other families won't fight them for it. Therefore, this garden belongs to the Su family in name. The Su family is giving it away? Haha. Are they planning to give it to the person behind Su Tao? Is this a dowry that's so generous? Yi Qin squinted. I'm buying this garden. He was worth more than 10 billion now, so it was a piece of cake for him to buy a garden. My lord, the Su family is interested in this. Wang Meng was shocked. He inhaled sharply and said, I don't think it's a good time for us to fall out with the Su family. Moreover, we haven't found Ms. Su yet. Don't worry about it. Yi Chen stood with his arms behind his back and said in an extremely cold voice, I've never planned to keep a low profile since the beginning. This is the first gift that I'm giving to the Su family. If I hurt them, they'll naturally give themselves away. As for the person behind the Su family, I've already tested you. Can you stand the loneliness? Show yourselves 1 or 2 at a time. Then I can kill you one by one. Chapter 183. At night, Yi Chen returned to the Qi medicine hall. It was already time to get off work, but Huang Fuguwei did not close the door. Yi Chen saw Huang Fuguwei and Huang Pei playing chess when he arrived. Meanwhile, Zhang Daniu was reading a medicine book in full focus. Yi Chen looked at the 3 of them and asked in confusion, Why are you guys still here? Didn't the 2 girls say that they're picking you up for dinner tonight? Huang Fuguwei brought a stool over to suck up to him. That's why I thought they wouldn't be able to find you if I closed the door. Dad, what dinner? What girls? Huang Pei asked curiously. She had been busy with Zhang Daniu in the back room during the day, so she did not see Yan Ning and the rest at all. Huang Fuguwei told her what happened. Huang Pei opened her beautiful eyes wide and said to Yi Chen and his daughter while looking at them, Boss, you already have a daughter. Why are you still fooling around? Yi Chen was speechless. Don't spout nonsense. Huang Fuguwei glared at her immediately. She's treating you to dinner to thank you for saving her earlier. What do you mean by fooling around? She was dying to strangle her daughter. She had spoiled her since she was young, so she never thought before she spoke. I'm sorry, boss. That's just what I say. I didn't mean it. Huang Pei stuck her tongue out and said in embarrassment, can you bring me along? I'd like to see if these rich ladies eat all kinds of delicacies. She still did not believe that Yi Chen was just going there for dinner, so she wanted to go and watch. Moreover, she was telling the truth. Although she had never suffered much since she was young, her family was not that well off. Naturally, she wanted to live a rich life. Just when Huang Fuguwei was going to scold her, Yi Chen smiled calmly. Sure, all of you can go, including Daniu. Hooray, boss! Huang Pei shook Zhang Daniu's arm in excitement. Brother Daniu, stop looking. Boss is bringing us to dinner tonight. But I haven't finished reading my medicine book. Zhang Daniu was a little lost and conflicted. Apart from earning money to marry a wife, his other dream was to read medicine books. It would be best if he could learn some medical skills so that he could open a pharmacy in the village. Brother Daniu, are you stupid? This is a feast. If you miss it, you might not be able to eat it for the rest of your life. Can't you read the medicine book tomorrow? Huang Pei glared at him. Zhang Daniu was completely terrified and could only agree to it. His expression seemed to be a little unwilling. You guys go ahead. I won't be joining in the fun with you youngsters. Huang Fuguwei shook his head. At his age, he would rather go home and have a few bottles of baijiu, a plate of peanuts, and watch an anti-Japanese film. At this moment, the sound of brakes came from outside. Yan Ning, who had dressed up meticulously, walked in excitedly. Miracle, Dr. Yi, I'm here. I hope I didn't keep you waiting. This time, she had changed into a burgundy suit that revealed her chest. Her long hair draped over her shoulders, and she wore a pair of small leather shoes on her feet, which was unusually eye-catching. Huang Pei was envious, and Zhang Daniu could not close his eyes. He wondered why this woman was so beautiful. She was much more beautiful than his future wife, Cuehua, from the countryside. No. Yi Chen shook his head calmly and said, I'm bringing 2 friends with me. You don't mind, do you? Yan Ning glanced at Huang Pei and Zhang Daniu by instinct. She said, without even thinking about it, why would I mind? It's more fun with more people. Boss, wait for me. I'll get changed. I'll be quick. Huang Pei's love for beauty was completely triggered. She went into her room and started tidying up after saying that. More than 10 minutes later, she walked out of the group in a light pink outfit with light makeup on her face. Brother Dainyu, do I look good? Huang Pei lifted the edge of her dress and spun around. Zhang Dainyu said by instinct, why you look good. You're much prettier than Tsuehua. Huang Pei rolled her eyes in response. What an idiot. You only have Tsuehua in your eyes. Let's go. Yi Qin walked out of the medicine store while carrying his daughter after saying that. A white Porsche Cayenne was parked at the door. Huang Pei and Zhang Dainyu could not close their eyes when they saw it. Yan Ning thought Yi Chen's reaction would be similar to theirs. However, to her surprise, Yi Chen's expression did not change at all. He opened the car door casually and sat in the back. Huang Pei and Zhang Dainyu got into the car too. This car looks so good. It's my first time sitting in it. Zhang Dainyu's but looked like he had hemorrhoids. He was swaying uneasily. Huang Pei rolled her eyes at him. It's not just you. Even the boss, and I have never sat in it before. Yi Qin smiled and said nothing. After Yan Ning started the car, Meng Meng, who was in Yi Chen's embrace, suddenly asked, Daddy, what car is this? Little girl, it's a Porsche, Huang Pei answered. Meng Meng asked again, which is better, a Lamborghini or a Porsche? Of course, it's a Lamborghini. I've never seen that car before, Huang Pei said enviously. Meng Meng blinked. All right, I got it. What did you get? Huang Pei was curious. Meng Meng said, Sister, don't ask. Otherwise, I'm afraid that you won't be able to take it. Oh, what's there that I won't be able to take? Tell me now. The little girl hesitated and said, My daddy has never sat in a Porsche before, but he has driven a Lamborghini. He gave it to my aunt later on. There was silence in the car for a few seconds. Uffed. Huang Pei could not help but laugh out loud. She poked her nose. You naughty girl. You know how to lie at such a young age. Do you know what a Lamborghini is? Although they had not known each other for a long time, she knew that her boss was rich. However, it would not be much. He was a bourgeois at most. It would be great if he could afford an Audi, let alone a Lamborghini. Even Yan Ning, who was driving, was amused. Miracle Doctor Ye's daughter is so cute. I'm not lying. Meng Meng panicked at that moment. Her little face flushed. Huang Pei comforted her immediately upon noticing that she was panicking. All right. I believe you. The little girl's mood turned better then. Yi Chen caressed her face with a gentle expression on his face. Yuhan, I wonder how happy you'll be if you see how cute our daughter is. Yan Ning drove slowly. She purposely chose a route that was not very congested. Over 20 minutes later, the car stopped at the entrance of a famous restaurant in Beijing, the Happy Valley. Under her lead, Yi Qin followed behind while carrying his daughter. Huang Pei and Zhang Dainyu, on the other hand, were very reserved. They could not stop looking around. They went to the third floor. Yan Ning pushed open one of the private rooms. At that moment, there were 7 to 8 young men and women sitting in it. All of them were dressed nicely. Chapter 184. Guys, let me introduce you guys. This is the miracle Dr. Yi that I told you guys about earlier. As soon as Yan Ning was done speaking, the people could not help but look at Yi Qin and the rest. Everyone could not help but look at Yi Qin and the rest. There was surprise, doubt, and disdain. Yi Qin looked normal, but Huang Pei and Zhang Dainyu were nervous. It seemed like it was their first time experiencing this. Wei Nan was sitting among the crowd too. She secretly frowned when she saw Yi Qin, Zhang Dainyu, and the rest. A bunch of country bumpkins who are not presentable. This girl, Yan Ning, is really regressing. At that moment, the atmosphere in the private room was rather awkward. The few of them remained sitting still. Yan Ning's expression changed slightly. Just when she was going to speak, a young man with thick brows and big eyes who was sitting at the side stood up and said while smiling, Welcome, Miracle Dr. Yi. He took the initiative to give Yi Qin a seat as he spoke. Subsequently, The two young men next to him made room too. "Thank you," Yi Qin said coldly and sat down. Zhang Daniu and Huang Pei held hands and sat next to him awkwardly. The young man waved and patted his chest loudly. "Don't mention it. Since Yan Ning treats you guys as her friends, you guys are my friends too." Yan Ning looked at him with utmost gratitude and subsequently got the waiter to serve the dishes. "Say, Li Yuanqing, why do you treat everyone as your friend?" A handsome young man smirked in disdain. It was obvious that he was scolding Li Yuanqing indirectly. Li Yuanqing chuckled. "Xue Lei, I'm happy. It's none of your business." "Li Yuanqing, you better not call me your father. My father isn't someone you can offend." Xue Lei's face turned grim. Li Yuanqing was amused. "Yo, are you going to tell your father when you get back? Go ahead. My father isn't someone you can offend. If you really can't handle it, I'll get my second uncle to fight your first uncle. You." Xue Lei was enraged. Is this Li Yuanqing out of his mind? He knows that I'm going after Yan Ning and wants to teach that *T miracle Dr. Yi a lesson, but he insists on going against me. Why did he mention Li Yun Xiao and Xue Xiao? All right, you two can stop talking. At this crucial moment, Wei Nan spoke up. Her status among the group was probably not low. The moment she spoke, Li Yuanqing and Xue Lei immediately became obedient. A young man who looked like a gentleman took a good look at Yi Qin, and the other two secretly. Surprise flashed through his eyes. From the moment he entered the door till now, Zhang Daniu kept his head down and did not dare to look at everyone. His hands were clenched tightly on his thighs. It was obvious that he had not seen much of the world. Huang Pei's looks were above average. Although she was smiling, her smile was a little stiff. It was obvious that she was trying to hide the nervousness in her heart. She had some experience, but it shouldn't be much. The young man in glasses could not understand Yi Qin. At first glance, Yi Qin was dressed plainly and looked ordinary. It was difficult for people to remember him. However, upon closer observation, they realized that he had a calm expression on his face from the beginning to the end, as if he did not notice the people's hostility. Not only that, but he also interacted with the daughter in his arms without changing his expression, and from time to time revealed a natural smile. Such a person either had a low EQ and was not good at reading people's expressions. To put it bluntly, he was stupid, or he was a real big shot who had gone back to his roots and pretended to be weak. As for the miracle doctor, he did not agree with him. The young man in glasses pushed his glasses up as he thought to this point. He decided to test Yi Qin, so he took the initiative to ask while smiling, "May I know where you're from, Miracle Dr. Yi? You look unfamiliar." "Oh yeah, let me introduce myself. My name is Han Su." Everyone had their eyes on Yi Qin as soon as he spoke. The meaning in their eyes was self-explanatory. Yi Qin said coldly, "I'm from Tianan." "Oh, you're not from Tianan." Another young man who looked grim pretended to be surprised and said, "I heard that there are many mountains in Tianan and you guys are very poor. You guys are so poor that you can't even afford to eat. Also, you're barbaric. Is that true?" Beijing was a place where good and bad people mixed together. Be it the descendants of the 8 banners or the wealthy families, they would pay attention to their social circles. They would not be able to hang out if they were not in the same circle. His goal was to separate himself from Yi Qin. Just as he finished speaking, the terrified Zhang Daniu immediately raised his head and glared at him angrily. This was because Zhang Daniu was also from Tianan. Yan Ning glared at him. "Su Jian, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by so poor that you can't even afford to eat? What are southern barbarians?" Even Han Su glanced at him and frowned inwardly. The people of the Su family were really regressing. How could they say such stupid things? How could the barbarians of the south say it? "I only heard about it. Don't take it seriously." Su Jian knew that he had said something inappropriate, so he smiled awkwardly. However, Yi Qin lifted his head to look at him and said while grinning, "Your name is Su Jian? Su family? What can I do for you, Miracle Dr. Yi?" Su Jian smiled ambiguously. You flatter me. Yi Chen shook his head lightly and said while smiling, But I can read your fortune. Fortune-telling? Su Jian laughed as if he had heard something funny. You're telling my fortune? Aren't you a miracle doctor? When did you learn fortune-telling? Hearing this, the others couldn't help but laugh. What Su Jian said had completely exposed Yi Chen as a liar. They even secretly mocked Yi Chen for being stupid. Yan Ning's pretty face changed slightly, and she said softly, Miracle Dr. Yi, don't talk nonsense. Su Jian isn't someone to be trifled with. Then, why don't you tell my fortune? I wonder how much it'll cost? Su Jian took a deep breath in and looked at Yi Chen in mockery. Yi Chen suddenly did not care about the people's stare. He said calmly, I'll tell you that you'll definitely die a horrible death within a month. Everyone was shocked as soon as he said that. The smile on Su Jian's face froze. Just when he was going to speak, he heard Yi Chen speak again. You don't have to take the money. After all, you'll be dead by then. Naturally, you won't be able to give me the fortune-telling fee. The people stared at Yi Chen in disbelief with their eyes wide open. Even Li Yuanqing and Han Su frowned. Clearly, they did not expect Yi Chen to cross the line. He really dared to say anything. Was he not cursing Su Jian to die? Bang! Su Jian slammed the table hard and glared at Yi Chen with a pair of ferocious eyes. Instead of being mad, he said while smiling, I'll die a horrible death within a month, am I right? Sure, I'll give you a month. If nothing happens to me within a month, you might be the one who dies. Yan Ning wanted to step out to mediate by instinct, but Wei Nan held her tightly, preventing her from moving. Wei Nan secretly shook her head. Idiot, do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you know Yan Ning? Su Jian's background isn't any weaker than Yan Ning's. Moreover, you've offended everyone here with what you did today. By then, Yan Ning alone won't be able to protect you. Just when everyone thought that Yi Chen would show fear or regret, he smiled calmly. Sure, if you're still alive in a month, you can come to me to settle the score. Miracle Doctor. Li Yuanqing could not help but say, Don't worry about it. Yi Chen shook his head. Li Yuanqing sighed and gave Yan Ning a look that said, I can't do anything about this brat. Han Su took a good look at Yi Chen. What exactly gave him such confidence? Could he really be a fortune-teller? At that moment, someone knocked on the private room's door. Subsequently, more than 10 waiters walked in with dishes in an orderly manner. Soon, the table was filled with all sorts of scrumptious dishes, whetting Huang Pei and Zhang Daniu's appetite. Han Su opened 2 bottles of red wine and took the initiative to resolve the awkwardness after pouring them. Forget it. Let's stop talking. Cheers. Miracle Dr. Yi, a toast to you, Yan Ning said as she picked up her glass. Yi Chen nodded and clinked glasses with her. He then clinked glasses with Huang Pei and Zhang Daniu, who looked nervous. Daddy, I want to eat crab. Meng Meng was in Yi Chen's embrace, staring at the plate of hairy crabs before Su Jian. I'll get you some. Yan Ning smiled and put some into the little girl's bowl. Thank you, sister, Meng Meng said politely. The little guy said politely, put on the plastic gloves, and started to eat. However, the atmosphere at the dining table was rather cold. Li Yuanqing smiled and looked at Yi Chen. He took the initiative to ask, Miracle Dr. Yi, since you're from Tianan, I wonder if you've heard of Mad Southern Yi? Chapter 185. As soon as Li Yuanqing said that, the entire private room fell into silence. The entire private room became quiet at once, other than Zhang Daniu, Huang Pei, and Meng Meng, who only cared about eating and drinking. The rest of the people looked solemn. Yi Chen looked stunned as everyone stared at him. He had no idea how to answer that question. Li Yuanqing shook his head lightly upon seeing his expression. It seems like you've never heard of Mad Southern Yi, Miracle Dr. Yi. Han Su was rather disappointed too. He thought Yi Chen must have a powerful background since he was so calm. However, He had no idea who the famous Mad Southernie was. At that moment, he lost interest in befriending him. Ms. Yen, who's this Mad Southernie that you guys are talking about? Is he famous? On the other hand, Huang Pei, who was sitting aside, wiped her mouth. She was curious. She was not as nervous as before after eating and drinking. Disgust flashed through Wei Nan's eyes upon seeing her and Zhang Daniu eating. However, she said, anyway, he's not just famous. It's not an exaggeration to say that Mad Southernie is the best in China. That's right. Han Su took over the topic and looked at Yi Qin in all seriousness. Just like Miracle Doctor Yi, Mad Southernie is from Tianan. His surname is Yi. However, this man is Tiannan's legend, China's legend, and the Tianan #1. He's #1 on the heaven leaderboard. The rest nodded by instinct. They were all from wealthy families, so naturally what they saw was different from Zhang Daniu and the rest. In particular, they found out about Yi Chun getting to #1 on the heaven leaderboard as soon as possible. Tianan #1? Zhang Daniu burped. What's Tianan #1? Could it be a high official in Tianan? They say that high officials are the most powerful in our village. High official? Shui Lei glanced at him in slight disdain. What's a mere high official in the 3 provinces of Tianan? Moreover, high officials aren't the most powerful in the 3 provinces of Tianan. The provincial high officials are. What an idiot. What are they if not high officials? Also, what's the heaven leaderboard that you guys are talking about? Huang Pei was getting more and more confused. Yan Ning explained while smiling. We're referring to ancient martial artists. Mad Southernie is also an ancient martial artist, and he's a powerhouse among ancient martial artists. The Heaven Leaderboard is a leaderboard that lists ancient martial artists. She paused as she spoke to this point. She looked at Yi Chen and explained, Miracle Doctor, this Mad Southernie is an expert among experts. He's the #1 expert. What is an ancient warrior? Huang Pei stopped eating and stared at everyone with wide eyes. She felt like she had entered an unknown world. An ancient martial arts practitioner is a level that you will never be able to touch. Su Jian chuckled. His face was filled with arrogance. He picked up the wine glass and gently gripped it. Everyone saw that 5 finger marks appeared on the quilt, but the quilt did not shatter. This scene caused Huang Pei and Zhang Daniu to be dumbstruck, and it was as if they had seen a ghost. Even Li Yuanqing and the others were shocked. Shui Lei's expression froze. He said with some surprise, Su Jian, your strength seems to have improved again. A few days ago, I accidentally unblocked my conception and governing vessels. Su Jian shook his head, pretending to be calm. However, the arrogance between his brows could not be wiped away. He could not help but look at Yi Qin and the rest by instinct as he spoke to this point. He realized that Zhang Daniu and Huang Pei were looking at him with fear written all over their faces. An arrogant smirk appeared at the corner of Su Jian's lips. However, the smile at the corner of his lips froze when he looked at Yi Qin. Yi Qin did not have any expression on his face. Instead, he was eating in a carefree manner. His movements were neither fast nor slow, as if he did not see the finger marks on the glass. Daddy, I want that. The little girl stood on his lap and pointed at the plate of crispy meat on the table. Yi Qin picked a piece for her while smiling. Su Jian's expression turned grim when he saw that. Intense killing intent flashed through his eyes. To him, Yi Qin should respect him like Zhang Daniu and the rest. Li Yuanqing noticed that too. He said in between tears and laughter, Brother Yi, I'm really curious sometimes. Is there nothing that surprises you? Wei Nan secretly scoffed. Act. Any normal person would be shocked to hear that and see that. You, on the other hand, are pretending to be calm just to show that you're different before us. You have no idea that you're making me look down on you even more. Wow! Huang Pei exclaimed. Disbelief filled her eyes. According to what you guys said, Isn't this mad Southern Yi very powerful? Of course. Han Su shook his head, his face filled with respect. Mad Southern Yi rose to fame in Tianan and fought Yuan Bupo on the river. Then he fought 3 powerhouses at the peak of the snow mountain. He killed the 3 powerhouses directly. He even killed an American martial Dao master at sea to protect China's dignity. I, Han Su, have to admire him. Su Jian frowned, feeling rather upset. I think the rumor is a little exaggerated. I believe that mad Southern Yi killed Yuan Bupo, but I think it's a publicity stunt since he killed so many masters. A publicity stunt? I heard that from many sources. Even the military admitted it. Do you think it's a publicity stunt? Li Yuanqing snickered. Doesn't this Su Jian think that mad Southern Yi's reputation is overshadowing his? So what if you're on illuminating pulse? Mad Southern Yi can kill you with a breath. It's not a publicity stunt. Yan Ning shook her head and said with certainty after some hesitation, I heard from my second uncle that mad Southern Yi's ability is more powerful than his. Nobody among the masters in China is his match. Everyone's expression changed as soon as she said that. Everyone's expression changed. Who else could Yan Ning's second uncle be? Naturally, it was General Yan Nanfei, the Navy's rear admiral. He was a legend in China's Navy. He had been famous in China since 20 years ago, and he was ranked number 8 on the Heaven leaderboard. Surprise flashed through Yi Chen's face. Yan Ning's second uncle? Yan Nanfei? Han Su was filled with emotions. He felt like great minds thought alike. I can't believe that even General Yan has high praise for this mad Southern Yi. That's not all. Wei Nen took a deep breath in and said, My little uncle said something like that too. He said that mad Southern Yi has the potential to reach above the innate stage. Everyone's expression changed as soon as they were done speaking. Above the innate stage. Above the innate stage. That was a legendary existence. Ancient martial arts in China had been developed for so many years, and there were many heroes. However, they had never heard of what was above the innate stage. Xue Lei chuckled. Mad Southern Yi jumped from number 11 to number 1 on the Heaven leaderboard. None of the top 10 have fought him before, so don't be so sure. My uncle would like to spar with him if there's a chance. Xue Lei, isn't your uncle just jealous that mad Southern Yi pushed him out of the number 10 on the Heaven leaderboard? Just admit it. Why do you have to make it sound so righteous? Li Yuanqing said wryly. Xue Lei was enraged. You, his uncle was Xue Xiao. He was ranked number 10 on the Heaven leaderboard. Now that Yi Chen had become number 1, the ranking below him dropped by 1. Naturally, Xue Xiao, who was ranked number 10, dropped to number 11. He was completely pushed out of the Heaven leaderboard. Therefore, Xue Xiao was embarrassed. He became a joke in the martial Dao world at the moment. How could he not hate mad Southern Yi? Yi Chen had a strange expression on his face upon hearing that. It was true that the blame fell from the sky when he was sitting at home. He felt a little wronged. Forget it. Let's stop talking. Let's eat. Seeing that the duo was going to fight again, Yan Ning mediated immediately and stopped talking about the topic earlier. At that moment, Huang Pei said while stammering, Boss, I'd like to go to the toilet. Dainyu, go with her. Yi Chen glanced at Zhang Dainyu. Zhang Dainyu put down a piece of pork rib reluctantly and walked out of the private room with Huang Pei. She stuck her tongue out and pointed at the mineral water on the table. Daddy, I want to drink water. It's so spicy. Yi Chen stretched his arm out to get her a bottle. He opened the cap and passed it to her. Yan Ning loved the little girl, who was gulping down the water. She asked by instinct, Meng Meng, why isn't your mother here? She just realized at that moment that she seemed to have only seen Yi Chen and her daughter since they met. She had not seen Yi Chen's wife. Just when Meng Meng was going to speak, an argument came from outside. Yi Chen's right ear twitched lightly. Subsequently, a A cold expression appeared on his face. He carried his daughter and walked out. Chapter 186. Stop hitting him! Stop hitting him! Before Yi Chen got closer, he heard Huang Pei's cries and the sound of punches and kicks coming from the bathroom door. When he got closer to take a look, the three of them were punching and kicking Zhang Daniu, while Huang Pei was grabbed tightly by a fatty who had a huge golden chain around his neck. She was so frightened that her face turned pale. Stop! Yan Ning, who caught up, stopped them immediately. The fatty who was holding Huang Pei scoffed, while the fat on his face jiggled. This has nothing to do with you guys. It's best that you mind your own business. If you guys don't stop, I'll make sure that you guys can't survive in Beijing anymore. Yan Ning's expression turned cold instantly. At the same time, Li Yuanqing, Han Su, Shuelei, and the rest walked out of the private room and stood behind Beijing. The fatty's expression changed when he saw Yan Ning and the rest. Moreover, they had an extraordinary aura. All right, you guys are ruthless. However, this isn't over. He let go of Huang Pei after saying that and left with his people. Meanwhile, Zhang Daniu was beaten up until his face was swollen. Blood was dripping from his nose. Huang Pei walked over immediately and cried out of anxiety, "Brother Daniu, are you all right? Don't scare me." "I am fine." Zhang Daniu wiped his nose and said while grinning, "I've been beaten up since I was young. I'll be fine after a few days of rest. Let's go back." Su Jian glanced at him in utter disdain and turned around to return to the private room. Yi Chen looked at Zhang Daniu and asked after sitting down, "What exactly happened?" "Boss, this happened," Huang Pei said with her eyes red. "Feeling wronged, I got out of the bathroom. When I was washing my hands, that fatty touched but from behind. I scolded him and he slapped me. Then Brother Daniu fought back. Shameless and perverted. I should have beaten him up earlier." Yan Ning's pretty face was flushing from anger. Meng Meng walked over and opened her eyes wide. "Uncle Daniu, are you in pain? Do you want me to blow on your face?" As she spoke, she even blew a few mouthfuls of air at Zhang Daniu's face, as if he would recover after she blew on him. A ferocious gleam flashed through Yi Chen's eyes. He extended his hand and secretly took a little snake from his daughter's hair. He said through voice transmission, "Go! Keep an eye on this person and his subordinates. If they want to run, kill them." Xiao He was only as thin as a strand of hair. He landed on the ground and disappeared without anyone noticing. No one else saw this scene. The person who dared to fight in this restaurant just now must have some background, Shuelei said with a smile that was not a smile. With his reminder, the others also reacted. Han Su nodded. "If I remember correctly, the boss behind this restaurant is called Third Master Wei. He's quite famous in Yanjing." Everyone turned to look at Wei Nan. "Don't look at me. He's not a member of our Wei family. Otherwise, I would have known him. He probably has the same surname." Wei Nan shook her head. Huang Pei was still wiping the wounds on Zhang Daniu's face as she cried her heart out. Su Jian said in his deep voice, "Stop crying. You guys are in big trouble now that you've offended Third Master Wei. Go home and cry when something happens. Third Master Wei shouldn't dare to do anything reckless with me here," Yan Ning said in her deep voice. Although the Yan family was a wealthy family, they had strict rules. They did not allow the family's disciples to cause trouble outside with their background. Yan Ning could not help but look at Wei Nan next to her as she thought to this point. "Sister Nanan, can you help Zhang Daniu and the rest if Third Master Wei really comes later?" Wei Nan was a little hesitant. Although she was not afraid of Third Master Wei, she was unwilling to offend such a person for the sake of insignificant people like Yi Chen and Zhang Daniu. Moreover, she did not want to save them. Yan Ning panicked. Su Jian and Shuelei looked at each other at the same time. They saw gloating in each other's eyes. Eventually, Li Yuanqing said after some hesitation, "Let's wait and see." In a private room on the 5th floor of the Happy Valley Hotel, The fatty from before pushed the door open and walked in. The fat man from before pushed open the door and walked in. He sat down on the sofa and cursed, F*CK, that B*TH is lucky. What's wrong, Director Zhao? Who made you angry? A middle-aged man next to him said while chuckling. There were two extremely slender ladies in revealing clothes sitting next to him. They would put peeled oranges into his mouth every now and then. Director Zhao spat. Who else could it be? I bumped into a chick when I went to the toilet earlier. I could not help but touch her perky, but in the end, not only did the B*TH scold me, but she even got someone to punch me. The middle-aged man's face turned grim upon hearing that. Who dares to touch Director Zhao in my territory? Let's go. Bring me there. In the private room where Yi Chun was, Huang Pei finally stopped crying. Huang Pei finally stopped crying and turned her head to look at Yi Chin. Boss, why don't we head back? Brother Daniu is severely injured. There's no rush. Let's wait for them. Yi Chin shook his head as his eyes could not stop flickering. As soon as he said this, the others were stunned, thinking that they had heard wrongly. Why don't you run at a time like this? Why are you waiting for them to come? Are you out of your mind? Brother Yi, why don't you guys? Yan Ning hesitated. Yi Chin waved. Don't worry. Wei Nin glanced at him in utter disgust. She almost called him an idiot. Why are you still acting tough at a time like this? I'd like to see what you're going to do when nobody's willing to help you later. Su Jian grinned in a creepy manner. Bang! The private room's door was kicked open. Subsequently, a young man with a scar on his face let a man in. The man took a good look at the crowd and eventually had his eyes on Zhang Daniu. It's the both of them. Take them away. The young man with the scar waved. Two muscular hunks leaped out from behind him immediately. They walked to Zhang Daniu by instinct. Huang Pei stood before Zhang Daniu immediately and looked at them in fear. What are you guys doing? What are we doing? This brat hit our boss's VIP guest. Come with us, the young man with the scar scoffed. Yan Ning said immediately, You guys can't take them away. Who are you? The young man with the scar asked. Yan Ning hesitated. I'm from the Yan family. The Yan family? The young man with the scar's pupils shrunk slightly. Subsequently, he scoffed and said, I admit that the Yan family has a powerful background, but I'm warning you to mind your own business. Our boss knows the people from the Yan family. This is a private matter. Yan Ning, come back, Wei Nan scolded. Yan Ning stomped her foot. Sister Nan Nan, come back. Wei Nan's expression turned grim. She only looked at Yi Chin after Yan Ning went back obediently. Your employees are doomed. Let's see what you're going to do now. Take them away. The young man with the scar waved. Wait. Yi Chin suddenly spoke and looked at the young man with the scar, expressionlessly. Who's your boss? Get him to come and see me. Chapter 187. The scarred youth was stunned, thinking that he had misheard. What did you just say? Besides him, even Wei Nan and the rest were no exception. They looked at Yi Chin as if they were looking at an idiot. You actually asked Third Master Wei to roll over here to see you? Li Yuanqing sighed to himself. Initially, he wanted to stand up and say something. He believed that the young man with the scar would let the matter go for the sake of the Li family. However, as Yi Chin said that there was no turning back now, Xue Lei couldn't help but laugh gloatingly. He really thought of himself as a big shot. Facing everyone's gaze, Yi Chen's extremely cold voice was heard again. Get your boss to come and see me. I don't want to repeat myself for the third time. Courting death. The young man with the scar was enraged. He swung his arm and was going to hit Yi Chen. At that moment, Zhang Daniu, who was standing aside, suddenly said, Don't hit Brother Chen. I'll go with you guys. I'll take responsibility for what I did. It's too late. The young man with the scar squinted. Just when he was going to walk to Yi Chen, An extremely domineering voice came from outside. "I'd like to see who's so arrogant to ask me to come and see him." As soon as he said that, Zhang, Dainyu, and Huang Pei's expressions changed drastically. Su Jian, who was standing at the side, laughed coldly. "Today, all of you are going to suffer." Wei Nan could not help but look at Yi Qin playfully. "Great miracle, Dr. Yi. I don't know if you will still be as calm as you are now after being beaten up. I don't know if you can cure yourself." Immediately after, a middle-aged man with a long beard and a pale face walked in with a golden saber. Behind him were dozens of burly men, all of them brimming with killing intent. "Third Master, that's him." Scar stretched his arm out and pointed at Yi Qin as a cruel grin appeared at the corner of his lips. The middle-aged man looked in the direction of his finger and saw a young man looking at him indifferently with a girl in his arms. "Brat, you were the one who told me to scram, scram, scram." When he saw Yi Chen's face clearly, he froze directly as if he had been struck by lightning. The word scram was stuck in his throat, and he could not finish it no matter what. "Third Master Wei, my friend didn't mean it. I hope you won't hold it against him." Yan Ning clenched her teeth and subsequently turned her head to say to Yi Qin, "Brother Yi, apologize to Third Master Wei." However, the next moment, everyone heard a thud and saw the Third Master Wei collapse onto the ground directly. He looked at Yi Qin as if he had seen a ghost. "Boss, are you all right?" The knife-scarred youth subconsciously wanted to help him up, but found that his body was as cold as a corpse. Wei Dong gulped and could not stop shaking as he looked at Yi Qin. Cold, sweat dripped down his forehead. Wei, the Third Master Wei, was Wei Dong. Ever since Yi Chen summoned the divine thunder in Tianan and blasted elder priest Qingyang, whom Wei Dong had invited, into pieces in front of everyone, Yi Chen's silhouette bathed in lightning had become Wei Dong's nightmare. He could not fall asleep whenever he thought about it. Therefore, Wei Dong could only use his background to move his family to Beijing. He wanted to get away from Yi Qin. Never had he thought that he would encounter this fiend again after a few days of peace. After his reaction fell into the eyes of the crowd, everyone was stunned. Everyone was stunned. Didn't they come here aggressively to settle the score with their people? In the blink of an eye, he was so scared that he collapsed to the ground like a mouse that had seen a cat. Yan Ning was elated when she snapped back to her senses. Wei Nan was in disbelief. The smiles on Su Jian and Xue Lei's faces froze. Li Yuanqing and Han Su were stunned. "Wei Dong, looks like you still recognize me." Yi Chen looked at him wryly. Little did he know that Wei Dong saw Yi Chen smile as if he was the Grim Reaper. Wei Dong shuddered. This is all a misunderstanding. I didn't know you were here." "Misunderstanding?" Yi Chen raised his brows. "My friend was beaten up by your people, and you're telling me that it's a misunderstanding? Do as you see fit. All right, I will definitely give you an explanation." Wei Dong nodded repeatedly. Then he pursed his lips and said a few words to the knife-scarred youth. The knife-scarred youth's eyes flashed with shock, but he still walked out. All of a sudden, everyone could not help but look at Yi Qin. Yi Qin took a sip of water while carrying his daughter. He looked like he did not care, and his expression and behavior were exactly the same as before. If they thought that Yi Chen was pretending to be calm earlier, now that they looked at him again, they felt that there was an additional sense of mystery about him. Could it be that he was from some rich and powerful family? Han soon narrowed his eyes and guessed. Not long after, the knife-scarred man returned and whispered something into Wei Dong's ear. The next moment, Wei Dong looked at Yi Chen with fear in his eyes. "And Master Yi, they're dead." This was because the knife-scarred youth had just told him that President Zhao and his 3 subordinates had all died in the private room. When he arrived, he only saw 4 skeletons on the ground, and there was not a single piece of flesh on the bones. It was as if it had been eaten clean by something. Connecting it to the conflict between Director Zhao and Yi Qin and Yi Chen's supernatural techniques earlier, Wei Dong knew that it was Yi Qin who did all of that without even thinking. As soon as he said that, Zhang Daniu and Huang Pei were shocked. He was fine just a moment ago, but he died in the blink of an eye. However, they thought that Wei Dong sent someone to kill him. Oh, that really is retribution. Yi Qin gave a short response. Then I'll take my leave first. Wei Dong retreated as he spoke. He could not wait to leave as soon as possible. He really did not want to spend another second with Yi Qin. Wait, Yi Qin suddenly said, did I say you could leave? Your people have been punished. But what about your crime of not disciplining them properly? Then what do you want me to do? Wei Dong squeezed out a smile that looked worse than crying. Yi Qin said expressionlessly, slap yourself and get lost. As his voice fell, everyone was shocked. Isn't this too much? The fact that he took the initiative to apologize to you was already giving you enough face. Yet you actually let him slap your own face in front of his subordinates? Zhang Daniu hurriedly said no need. However, the next moment, Wei Dong's words shocked everyone once again. I'll fan. After saying this, he raised his right hand and continuously slapped both sides of his face. There seemed to be a sense of relief between his brows. Pa. Every slap was very heavy and the strength was not ordinary. The sound was abnormally loud. What they don't know is, to Wei Dong, his life was much more important than his face. He believed that he would be beheaded if he dared to reject Yi Qin. Soon, both sides of Wei Dong's face were swollen. He said in a muffled voice, is this okay? Get lost. Yi Qin waved. Sigh. Wei Dong let out a sigh of relief and fell to the ground. His body slowly rolled towards the door of the private room. He was really rolling. The people could not close their mouths as they watched. After Wei Dong rolled out, the door of the private room was closed. Zhang Daniu and Huang Pei were relieved at the same time. At that moment, the way the people looked at Yi Qin was different. There was speculation and fear in their eyes. They thought that Yi Qin and the rest would be in big trouble since Wei Dong came. Never had they thought that such a ridiculous outcome would happen. Yan Ning stared at Yi Qin with her beautiful eyes wide open. She said in confusion, Brother Yi, why is Third Master Wei so afraid of you? Because I scared him out of his wits. Facing the people's doubtful gaze, Yi Qin said calmly, that's why his legs go weak whenever he sees me now. Chapter 188. After Wei Dong's farce, the way the people in the private room looked at Yi Qin had a subtle change. Although that was the case, Wei Nan, Xue Lei, Su Jian, and the rest did not care. To them, Wei Dong was just someone who wandered around the Beijing wealthy family circle. He was not important. On the other hand, Li Yuanqing, Han Su, and the rest who were closer to Yi Qin secretly nodded. It was their first time taking Yi Qin seriously. Since Zhang Daniu was injured, Yi Qin took the initiative to go back. Yan Ning sent them back out of kindness. Just like that, the gathering ended. After paying the bill, they walked out of the Pleasantville hotel one after another. Just when Zhang Daniu and Huang Pei got into Yan Ning's car, and Yi Qin was going in, Xue Lei walked over while smiling. He said softly, I don't care if you're Miracle Dr. Yi or whoever you are. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't do anything to Yan Ning. Stay away from her or else. Or else what do you want? Yi Qin looked at him expressionlessly. Xue Lei's voice was deep. Or else I can make you disappear any time. You better not question my ability. Let me give you a piece of advice too. Yi Qin smirked. You won't die if you don't seek death. Seeking death. Killing intent flashed through Xue Lei's eyes. At that moment, Yan Ning, who was in the car, peeked her head out and asked in confusion, What are you guys mumbling about? Get in. Yi Qin smiled calmly and subsequently got into the car. Yan Ning then drove away. Xue Lei stood where he was and watched the car drive away coldly. Su Jian walked over, and a playful smirk appeared at the corner of his lips. Do you want me to help you? No need. Xue Lei left after saying that. He took out his phone as he walked, seeming to be contacting someone. Yi Chen got Yan Ning to drive the car to the medicine store directly. Huang Pei carried Zhang Daniu into the store and rummaged through the cabinets to look for medicine for him. Her eyes were red. "Brother Daniu, why don't I send you to the hospital?" "No, I'm fine. It's a waste of money to go to the hospital." Zhang Daniu smiled honestly and lifted his head to look at Yi Chen with guilt written all over his face. "I'm sorry, boss. I caused you trouble today. Brother Daniu, it has nothing to do with you. This is all because of me. I even caused you to be beaten up like this." Huang Pei covered her mouth and said in shock, "Boss, you can fire me if you want. It has nothing to do with Brother Daniu." "Who said I was going to expel you?" Yi Chen could not help but laugh. He looked at Zhang Daniu and said while smiling, "Daniu, you did great today. You're very brave. Do your best here." "Thank you, Brother Chen." "Thank you, boss." Zhang Daniu and Huang Pei were overjoyed. After Huang Pei heaved a sigh of relief, she took out a medical box and said, "Brother Daniu, don't move. I'll apply medicine for you. Pei, don't stand too close, or else I'll let Chui Hua down." Zhang Daniu's face was red. Yi Chen was speechless. He was relying on his own strength to stay single. Shaking his head, he carried his daughter back to the villa that Lin Tai had bought after telling them to go to bed early. It was a silent night. He received a call from Wang Meng the next morning. "Bad news, my lord. The people from the Fast Attack group are here to collect protection fees again. They're blocking our entrance and are not letting customers in. I'll be right there." After hanging up, Yi Chen urged his daughter to get up. After washing up, he carried the little girl out and hailed a cab to head straight to the Qi Medicine Hall. As soon as the car stopped, Yi Chen saw more than 10 people gathered at the entrance of the medicine hall. All of them wore suits and ties. Meanwhile, nobody dared to stop and watch. Clearly, they were afraid of those people. The sound of Zhang Daniu arguing with someone came from the crowd. Yi Chen walked over after getting off the car while carrying his daughter. He saw Zhang Daniu guarding the entrance of the medicine hall with a boning knife in his hand. He was glaring at the people around furiously. Meanwhile, Huang Fuguei and Huang Pei hid in the house and dared not come out. Clearly, they were terrified. A long-haired young man with a grim expression had a cigarette in his mouth. He looked at Zhang Daniu in a playful manner. "Blockhead, get your boss out now. Otherwise, don't blame my brother's long hair for smashing your stupid shop. I won't go easy on anyone who dares to come." Zhang Daniu gripped the boning knife in his hand tightly. His palms were covered in cold sweat. He was scared to death, but he was holding on. Longhair tossed the cigarette but onto the ground and waved after stomping it with his foot. A cruel smirk appeared at the corner of his lips. "Go. Smash this stupid shop and cripple him." Zhang Daniu closed his eyes by instinct. Meanwhile, Huang Fuguei and Huang Pei, who were in the house, had a change of expression as they thought to themselves that they were in trouble. A cold voice was then heard. "You guys try." The people turned their heads to look and saw a young man walking over slowly while carrying a girl who was 4 or 5 years old. The young man looked calm as if he did not see the terrible situation. At first, Zhang Daniu was elated. Subsequently, he said anxiously, "Boss, be Brother Chen, run now." Although he was dumb, he was not a fool. Those people were here for Yi Chen. If they caught Yi Chen, he would definitely end badly. "Run. Where do you think you're going?" Longhair chuckled and took a good look at Yi Chen fearlessly. "Brat, are you the owner of this medicine hall? Isn't it time to pay this month's protection fee?" "Boss, don't listen to them." Huang Fuguei walked out angrily and stood behind Zhang Daniu. He said angrily, "You are bullying us. We just paid the protection fee a few days ago. Do you have the right to speak? Old thing." Longhair glared at him coldly and said with a smirk, "This place belongs to the Fast Attack group. We decide how many times you guys pay in a month. If you guys don't want to pay, will smash your stupid shop. Huang Fugui was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Yi Chen gave a short response and looked at him coldly. I wonder how much do you guys want this time? As soon as he said that, Zhang, Dainiu, Huang Fugui, and the other two had a change of expression. There was disappointment in their eyes when they looked at Yi Chen. Long Hair immediately laughed out loud, and the smug look on his face could not be wiped away. At least you know what's good for you, kid. Hand over the 100,000 yuan. 100,000? Why don't you just rob someone? Huang Fugui was so mad that he almost spat blood. He usually paid 3,000 to 4,000 yuan a month, but now he was asking for 100,000 yuan. Meanwhile, the shop's monthly net profit was less than 20,000 yuan. That's right, I'm robbing someone. What can you guys do to me? Long Hair smiled instead of being mad. His eyes turned cold all of a sudden. I'll say this one last time. Give me the money, or I'll smash the shop. Huang Fugui could not help but look at Yi Chen. He was panicking at the moment. Clearly, his boss could not afford the money. They would lose their jobs as soon as the shop was smashed. Zhang Dainiu gripped his boning knife tightly and secretly decided that he would not let Yi Chen get hurt no matter what if the bunch of people were to fight. However, Yi Chen glanced at him with coldness in his eyes. I wonder how much your arms and legs are worth. What did you say? Long Hair opened his eyes wide and subsequently laughed out loud. My asterisk guess. Whoosh! He charged at Yi Chen with a ferocious grin. Have you ever seen a fist as big as a punching bag? Zhang Dainiu wanted to stop him by instinct. Huang Fugui and Huang Pei could not bear to watch. However, in the next second, the crowd felt their vision blur. Everyone only saw a blur in front of them, followed by a loud bang. A figure directly flew out, smashing heavily on the pharmacy's glass door. The glass door shattered, and the pieces were scattered all over the ground. Long Hair was whimpering as he lay on the glass shards. Meanwhile, Yi Chen stood where he was while carrying his daughter. He did not move at all, as if nothing had happened. Dead silence filled the place. One could hear a pin drop. Everyone watched that in disbelief with their mouths wide open. They felt like their heads were in a blur, and they could not see what had happened at all. Go, kill him. Long Hair got up from the ground. His face was covered in blood, and he looked resentful. The rest of the people who were dumbstruck just snapped back to their senses. The remaining people who were dumbstruck only snapped back to their senses then. They charged at Yi Chen while holding their weapons. Yi Chen looked calm as usual. He walked toward Long Hair one step after another while carrying his daughter as if he did not see the people who were charging at him. Bang, bang, bang. The people felt a terrifying force coming at them as soon as they got close to him. Subsequently, they were thrown out directly. All of them lost their arms and legs. During this period of time, he did not make a single move. These dozen or so people did not even manage to touch the corner of his clothes. Zhang Dainiu was stunned. Huang Fugui was stunned, and disbelief filled Huang Pei's face. They did not know that their boss was so powerful. Long Hair was also frightened by the previous scene. He could not help but take a step back when he saw Yi Chen walking toward him one step after another. He said fiercely, "W, what are you trying to do? How much are your arms and legs worth?" Yi Chen looked at him expressionlessly. Long Hair was stunned at first. Subsequently, fear flashed through his face as he said by instinct, "And no." Before he could finish speaking, he felt an irresistible pressure, causing him to kneel on the ground with a thud. The glass shards were deeply embedded in his thigh. He could not move at all. Kacha! The sound of a joint cracking came. Long Hair's right hand began spinning on its own. Soon, it was like a fried dough twist, followed by his right arm. "I'm begging you. Let me go!" Long Hair begged while shrieking. His eyes were filled with fear when he looked at Yi Chen. Kacha! Another crisp sound came. His legs turned 180 degrees, and his kneecaps were behind his butt. Devil, why you're a devil. Long Hair almost fainted from the pain. Yi Chen said coldly, Who sent you here? Who's the leader of your fast attack group? Our leader is an ancient martial artist. He won't let you go. You'll die a horrible death. Long Hair was twitching. That's right. I won't let him go either. Yi Chen smirked. Don't worry. I won't kill you. Go back and tell your leader that I, Yi Chen, would like to know how many heads he has for me to chop off. Chapter 189. Drag him away and get lost. Yi Chen tossed Long Hair out and glanced at the people lying on the ground coldly. These people shuddered. They supported each other and carried Long Hair away quickly. They were afraid that Yi Chen would treat them the same way he treated Long Hair. Wow, boss, you're so powerful. Huang Pei dashed out as soon as they left. She looked at Yi Chen in disbelief as the scene earlier was just too shocking. Huang Fugui and Zhang Daniu snapped back to their senses. Disbelief filled their eyes when they looked at Yi Chen, especially Huang Fugui. Before this, he thought Yi Chen was a man with a little bit of money, so he would give in to Long Hair and the rest. However, the outcome shocked him. Huang Fugui sighed as he thought to this point. He asked in slight worry, Boss, will they come to take revenge on us again? That was what he was most worried about. After all, the fast attack group was not to be messed with. Otherwise, they would not have been so arrogant in Beijing. Although his boss could fight 10 people on his own, could he fight 100 or 1,000 people on his own? What if they had guns? I don't think so. Yi Chen shook his head. His attack this time was considered a deterrent to the fast attack group. If they did not know what was good for them, they could not blame him for killing them. By then, Commander Chen would have nothing to say. Huang Fugui was relieved to hear that. He turned his head to look at the mess on the ground and sighed again. It was fun to fight, but now he would have to spend money to renovate the place. Brother Chin, your martial arts are so powerful. Can you teach me? Zhang Daniu looked at Yi Chen in admiration. Yi Chen chuckled softly. You won't be able to learn my martial arts. Zhang Daniu was disappointed. After staying in the shop for a while, Yi Chen left with his daughter. The pet delivery company had called to say that the Patriarch of Hell had been shipped over. They asked Yi Chen to pick it up. When Yi Chen arrived at the pet delivery company, he saw the Patriarch of Hell being locked in a cage. He had lost a lot of weight. The Patriarch looked at him with resentment in his eyes. He felt like crying. To think that he, the Patriarch of Hell, was locked in a dog cage and hung in a car for a couple of days. How would he be able to face anyone if this were to spread to the cultivation world? Yi Chen turned a blind eye to his stare. On the contrary, when Meng Meng saw it, she was extremely excited and hugged it in her arms. She was overjoyed. Yi Chen brought the man and the dog out for a meal. He returned to the villa after giving the Patriarch a portion of food. As soon as she arrived home, the little fellow brought the food she bought to feed the elder ancestor. The Patriarch was extremely touched. This little ancestor still had some conscience. After 2 bites, it realized that something was wrong. Because it actually ate a piece of dog meat, the Patriarch felt nauseous at that moment. He looked at Yi Chen next to him resentfully, feeling indignant. Damn, little Yi, you must have done it on purpose. I'm a dog now, and you still want me to eat dog meat? Yi Chen said through voice transmission, Stay at home with Meng Meng tonight. I have something to attend to. Do you have any objections? The Patriarch rolled his eyes. Why would I have a problem with that? Soon night fell. Yi Chen turned on the television and switched to the children's channel that his daughter liked. He then left the villa. With the Patriarch of Hell around, nobody could hurt the little girl. After leaving the door, he summoned the almighty killer sword and flew to the second ring road of Yanjing. Because he was flying high enough, the people below couldn't see him at all. At the entrance of a luxurious villa on the second ring road, he landed quietly and put away the almighty killer sword. He stood on a tree and looked coldly at the villa in front of him. The Su family, an existence that he could only look up to 5 years ago, a wealthy family that stood at the pinnacle of China. However, now Yi Chen only needed one sword strike to destroy this colossus in everyone's eyes completely. However, Yu Han was still missing. If he acted rashly, the Su family might use Yu Han to threaten him or go to the extreme after they were forced into a desperate situation. The consequences would be unimaginable. Even though he had enough confidence in his own strength, as long as there was even the slightest bit of risk, he was not willing to try. Yi Chen controlled his divine consciousness to scan a 100-meter radius as he thought to this point. He saw all of the guards and defenses in the Su residence clearly. However, he could not find Su Yuhan. Yi Chen looked melancholic. Yuhan, have you really been hidden somewhere else? After taking a deep breath in, the sound of beans being fried came from Yi Chen's body. Subsequently, his body began changing rapidly, including his face. Soon, a person who looked exactly like Su Jian appeared on the tree. That was the benefit of having an immortal body. One could be big or small, and one could even transform into anyone they wanted. Yi Chen, who had transformed into Su Jian, leaped from the tree and walked to the Su residence's villa. The security guards at the entrance were excited to see him. Young master, Su Jian. Yi Chen walked into the villa without even lifting his head. He controlled his divine consciousness to look around. He was trying to find the familiar aura. After all, he had been dating Su Yuhan for a few years, so he was very familiar with her aura. However, he was disappointed. With Su Jian's identity, he walked around the entire Su residence's villa, but he did not sense Su Yuhan's aura at all. It seemed like what Su Yuwei said was true. Yuhan was really hidden somewhere else. No wonder the people that Lin Tai arranged could not find her no matter what. He did not find Su Yuhan, but he found Su Yuwei's room. The lady was showering. There was also Guo Sheng, who was patrolling with a huge wolf dog. When Guo Sheng passed by him, Yi Chen suddenly asked, "Where's Su Tao?" Guo Sheng was shocked at first. Subsequently, horror flashed through his face. He seemed to have never thought that Yi Chen would look exactly like Su Jian. He lowered his voice and said, "Master, Su Tao went out before you came to Beijing. He hasn't been back." "Went out? Where did he go?" Yi Chen frowned. If Su Tao had been there, he might have been able to perform the soul-searching tactic on him and read the memory in his head by force. Then, he would have found out Yuhan's whereabouts. "I've no idea." Guo Sheng shook his head and added, "Su Tao always goes out alone. He doesn't let us follow him." "Oh, yeah, I heard that the agent who contacted Su Tao is called Bai Li." "Bai Li?" Yi Chen squinted. Guo Sheng nodded and said, "This person is very mysterious. He rarely contacts Su Tao. I have no idea how they contacted each other. I tried to follow Su Tao earlier, but he found out. Let me know if Su Tao comes back." Yi Chen's expression changed a few times. He left the Su family's villa after saying that. The doubts in his head were growing. What exactly was Su Tao doing? Also, who exactly was Bai Li and the person behind him? At that moment, his phone rang. It was Wang Meng. "My lord, Zhang Daniu and Huang Fugui are hospitalized. What happened?" Yi Chen said in his deep voice. Wang Meng said, "The Fast Attack group brought tens of people to take revenge earlier. They smashed the door as soon as they entered. They injured Zhang Daniu and Huang Fugui. They've been sent to the hospital. Send me the address. I'll be right there." Yi Chen received the location from Wang Meng after hanging up the phone. He walked to the street and hailed a car. He then rushed to the hospital, at the first affiliated hospital of Beijing University. When Yi Chen walked into the ward where Zhang Daniu and the rest were, he saw Zhang Daniu and Huang Fugui's faces covered in gauze. Meanwhile, Huang Pei was crying next to them with red eyes. "Brother Qin, boss." Zhang Daniu and Huang Fugui struggled to sit up as soon as they saw Yi Chen. "Don't move." Yi Chen comforted them and said to Huang Fugui, "Was it the Fast Attack group that injured you guys?" "Yes, it was them." Huang Fuguei touched the gauze on his head and grimaced in pain. Half an hour ago, just when I was going to close the door, tens of people charged in all of a sudden. They smashed everything. Dainiu and I were hit a few times. Huang Fuguei paused as he spoke to this point. He was still in shock. Boss, it's getting out of hand. Should we call the police? He was really frightened. They came to cause trouble every other day. They were injured and hospitalized this time. Would he have to kill them and put them in coffins next time? Would calling the police work? Yi Qin chuckled. Huang Fuguei was speechless at that moment. That was right. If calling the police would work, the police would have been here to record their statements. However, there was no one there at the moment. Should we move? Huang Fuguei said again after some hesitation. No need. Yi Qin turned around and walked out of the ward after saying that. Boss, where are you going? Wang Meng, who arrived later, asked by instinct. Yi Qin said without even turning his head, I'm going to kill someone. Chapter 190. It was night time in Beijing. It was a noisy night. There was no moonlight in the sky at all. A chilly breeze blew Yi Qin's hair. The killing intent in his eyes was getting more intense as he walked on the streets of Beijing. He thought those people would know that he was not to be messed with after he shocked them with his attack. However, reality proved that. He had overestimated those people's intelligence. He had also overestimated his power of intimidation. Ever since he returned to Earth, he was too arrogant. People like Yuan Bupo, Northern Devil Jiang, Western Overlord Lu, and Eastern Superior Ning were nothing to him, let alone ordinary people. Therefore, he looked at those ants who offended him in disdain. However, because of his arrogance, the wealthy families in Tiannan did not respect him enough. That was why they changed sides when the three masters challenged him. It was also because of his arrogance that Zhang Dainiu, Huang Fuguei, and Huang Pei were shocked and even got hospitalized. Wouldn't they die because of him next time? It seems like I've been too merciful. Since that's the case, I'll kill them. Only when blood flows like a river and the sky changes color can those people know that my friends, family, and even people related to me can't be touched. Yi Chen's expression was cold as the killing intent on his body almost materialized. He walked toward the fast attack group one step after another. It was a murderous night when the wind was strong. He had left a mark on long hair and the rest earlier as a backup plan. Never had he thought that he would have to use it. That night, Zhang, Dainiu, and Huang Fuguei were lying in the hospital moaning. Huang Pei was taking care of them while Wang Meng was guarding at the door. That night, Yan Ning was grounded by the Yan family. She was not allowed to go out, so she could only stay in her room and stare at the night sky. She was worried that something would happen to Miracle Dr. Yi. That night, Wei Nan sat on the couch with her legs crossed. She pursed her lips slightly as a playful smile appeared at the corner of her lips. The fast attack group has attacked. They're not like Wei Dong. Miracle Dr. Yi, can you handle it? That night, Shuai Lei called Su Jian to have a drink. He seemed to want to celebrate as a winner. In an underground casino in Beijing's Xi district. Although the Fast Attack Group was an underground organization in Beijing and had a backer, they still had to put on a show for the higher-ups. Therefore, they scattered everyone to every corner of Beijing. The casino was one of the footholds of the Fast Attack Group. There were about 200 people in the casino, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were raking in gold every day. At this time, there were already many people gathered in the casino. Most of them were dressed in bright and beautiful clothes, but their eyes were fixed on the gambling table. Many of them had bloodshot eyes, just like gamblers. Countless people stood around the casino to watch the show, ready to deal with any sudden changes in the casino. Big, big. Turn it down, turn it down. All sorts of shouts could be heard in the casino. Bang. At this moment, the door of the casino was smashed open and 2 uniformed security guards flew in. The sudden turn of events caused everyone to be startled. When they subconsciously looked over, they saw a young man with ordinary facial features slowly walking in from the direction of the door. The young man had his hands behind his back and an indifferent expression on his face. He held a sword in his hand, and the tip of the sword was dripping with a trace of scarlet blood. "Who are you?" One of the Fast Attack Group leaders' faces turned grim. Subsequently, countless Fast Attack Group members rushed over one after another. They glared at Yi Chen in an unfriendly manner. "I'm the one who's going to kill you," Yi Chen said extremely coldly. Without wasting any time, the long sword in his hand expanded and he swung it out. A majestic sword chi spread throughout the entire casino. There were no screams or loud thuds. The Fast Attack Group members in the casino, including the gamblers, froze at the same time. A bloody line appeared on everyone's neck. The bloody line was getting bigger, and eventually a bunch of heads fell to the ground. They deserved to die for taking the side of the evildoer and gambling dogs. Yi Chen turned around and walked out of the casino. He shot a fireball tactic in, and a loud thud came from inside. In an underground lab in the Nanqing district of Beijing, countless people in lab coats and masks could not stop extracting data from test tubes. Meanwhile, there were rows of boxes before them. Each box was filled with generations of white powder. Hundreds of hunks moved the boxes into the trucks outside in an orderly manner. It was quiet. At that moment, someone shouted all of a sudden, "Who are you? How did you get in?" The people looked toward the direction of the voice by instinct. They saw a young man standing on the metal frame above their heads. "Quick, capture him. Don't let him escape," a middle-aged man ordered immediately with a slight change of expression. This was the Fast Attack Group's secret lab. The things that they produced should not be exposed. All of them would die if the news were to be leaked. As soon as he was done speaking, many people charged out of the few tunnels. Many people rushed out from several tunnels, each of them even holding a gun in their hands, producing and selling drugs, breaking the law knowingly. "You deserve to die." Yi Chen leaped and descended from the sky. He stomped his foot on the ground hard. Bang! The entire ground shook, and a huge crack appeared in the middle. A majestic force spread out in all directions with him as the center. In the blink of an eye, the entire ground shook. Everyone in the entire experimental base was smashed to pieces by this force, their flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Yi Chen walked over and picked up a bag of drugs. He tossed a fireball tactic, and the entire underground lab fell into flames. He clasped his hands behind his back and walked out of the sea of fire step by step. His eyes were spewing red flames, and he looked like the Lord of Fire. In a private manor in the suburbs of Yanjing, this was the real headquarters of the Fast Attack Gang. Almost all of the Fast Attack Gang's middle and upper echelon members were here. At this time, the manor was brightly lit. Dozens of people sat in a circle around a 5-meter-long table, and in front of them were all kinds of delicacies and wine. A young man by the window picked up his wine glass and looked at the middle-aged man sitting at the head of the table. With a flattering smile, he said, "Happy birthday, Deputy Sect Leader Chow. May you be blessed with good fortune." The others followed suit and stood up to raise their wine glasses. "Happy birthday, Deputy Gang Leader Chow. May you have a flood of good fortune." The middle-aged man, surnamed Chow, didn't stand up. Instead, he calmly accepted it. He raised his hand and gestured for everyone to calm down. Then he smiled and said, "Everyone, today is my 40th birthday. I am indebted to all of you for giving me face and coming over for a meal. I won't say any more polite words. Let's drink." After the group of people drank a cup of wine together, someone laughed and said, "Deputy Gang Leader Chow, why didn't Gang Leader come today?" Hearing this, the expressions of the others immediately became extremely solemn. "My master has something to do at the moment, so he won't be coming. However, he called to ask how's Master Shui's matter going." The middle-aged man looked around and had his eyes on a short man with a ferocious expression. The ferocious man said while smiling immediately, "I got people to smash that stupid store today, but I didn't see. Instead, I beat up his staff. Ye should be hiding. You guys should send people there tomorrow. Smash anything you see and beat up anyone you see. Do whatever you want as long as you don't kill him." The middle-aged man scoffed. "I don't believe that ye can keep his cool." Just when the ferocious man was going to say something, a loud thud was heard. The window before them shattered all of a sudden. Subsequently, a young man walked in with his arms behind his back. The people in the house were shocked. Many of them took out their guns by instinct and pointed them at Yi Chin. The middle-aged man's expression turned grim. "Who are you? Where's your gang leader?" Yi Chin said extremely coldly. Chapter 191. More than 30 pitch-black muzzles were pointed at Yi Chin. Chow scoffed. "My master isn't someone you can meet just because you want to. You're trespassing our place today, so don't even think about leaving." The ferocious man next to him was stunned at first. Then he said in disbelief, "Deputy leader, this brat is the one named Yi." Everyone was shocked as soon as he said that. Everyone was shocked. Chow was over the moon. "Brat, how dare you come to our place? There's a path to heaven, but you chose to barge into hell instead." He had received the order to kill Yi Chin. However, his underlings did not see Yi Chin when they went over earlier, so they thought he had run away. Now that Yi Chin had come to him, it was no different from seeking death. After all, he had an illuminating pulse cultivation base, and there were so many guns around. How could he not kill a person? "I'll ask again. Where's your leader?" Yi Chin walked to Chow one step after another with his arms behind his back. His expression was cold. Since this man was the deputy leader, he must know where the fast attack group's leader was. "Kill him," Chow ordered and got his underlings to shoot. However, in the next second, a look of shock instantly appeared on his face. A ball of fire exploded from Yi Chin's eyes. Meanwhile, the 30-odd people in the house were set on fire at the same time. They turned into ashes before they could even shriek. Nothing was left. Are you a human or a ghost? Chow fell onto the ground with a thud. Fear filled his eyes when he looked at Yi Chin. At that moment, he finally realized that something was wrong. His underlings were burned to death instantly. It was just too strange. "Do you know why I let you live?" Yi Chin approached him one step after another with a terrifying look in his eyes. I'll tell you. Chow jolted and said immediately, "My master, Guan Songhai, isn't here. He's out for something. Call him and get him to save you," Yi Chin said. Chow was stunned. He thought he heard it wrong. "He's asking me to call my master? Is he out of his mind? One must know that my master is a great sword master and a martial Dao master." Chow was secretly elated to see that Yi Chin did not look like he was lying. He took his phone out and dialed a number immediately. "What is it?" An old voice came from the other side of the phone. Just as Chow Lei was about to speak, her phone flew into Yi Chin's hand uncontrollably. Yi Chin grinned at the phone. "Chief Songhai of the Fast Attack Group. I, Yi Chin, am waiting for you. Do." The phone was hung up. I've done what you asked. Don't kill me." The man, surnamed Chow, knelt on the ground and begged for mercy, but he was sneering in his heart. "Idiot, you actually dared to wait for my master. Once my master catches you, I'll make you beg for death. What's the point of keeping you around?" Yi Chin slammed his palm down, and his head exploded into a bloody mist. Subsequently, he turned around and left. The Fast Attack Group that had dominated Beijing for many years was officially destroyed. Glittering Jewel Heavens, Booth 8. At this moment, the private room was very lively. Su Jian and Shuai Lei were surrounded by many women, and their ears were filled with laughter and laughter. Shuai Lei had women on his left and right. He picked up the red wine on the table and looked at Su Jian. "Su Jian, cheers." Su Jian raised his glass and clinked it with him. After taking a sip, he smiled and said, "What makes you so happy? You even asked me to drink with you." You have no idea. I got someone to smash that SH*TTY miracle doctor Yes medicine store earlier. It was so satisfying. Chouette Lay pinched the thigh of a lady before him and said while laughing, "Unfortunately, that guy might have found out about it beforehand, so he went into hiding. I couldn't find him. How can a piece of trash fight with me for Yen Ning?" "Really?" A cruel smirk appeared at the corner of Su Jian's lips. "Remember to inform me when you find him. I'd really like to know if he's read his own fortune." "Don't worry. I'll inform you." Chouette Lay smiled. Just when he was going to say something, the booth door was pushed open hard. Subsequently, a young man in a suit walked in quickly. He looked anxious. "Master Chouette, be bad news." Bang! Chouette Lay's expression turned grim. He picked up a wine glass and smashed it on the young man's head. "You know the consequences if what you said doesn't satisfy me." The young man took a solid hit, and blood flowed out of his head immediately. However, he dared not wipe it off. Instead, he stammered, "The fast attack group has been destroyed. What did you say?" Chouette Lay stood up by instinct in shock. The smile on Su Jian's face froze as he stood aside. He knew about the fast attack group's background. There were more than 1,000 of them scattered across the major districts of Beijing. There were many experts in the group, and almost everyone was armed with a gun. How could they be destroyed all of a sudden? "I've just received news that the fast attack group's footholds in the 4 major districts have been destroyed. The people inside are..." Chouette Lay walked over and picked him up. His eyes were bloodshot. "What happened to the people inside? Tell me." "Everyone inside is dead. Nobody is left alive. Moreover, they died a horrible death." The young man was shaking. Bang! Chouette Lay tossed him out. He was shocked and furious. How did this happen? What exactly happened? At that moment, his phone rang. He was shocked when he saw the caller's name on it. He picked it up immediately. "Sister, what's wrong? Get your ass back here." A cold voice came. The news of the fast attack group being destroyed spread like wildfire. The entire Beijing was shocked. A power that dared to run amok at the foot of the imperial city, a power that countless ordinary people feared, had actually been destroyed in a single night. Everyone was in disbelief. Even the wealthy families were shocked. One must know that the fast attack group was backed by the Chouette family. Who or what organization did it exactly? In the Chouette family's villa at Osmanthus Garden on 2nd Ring Road. Chouette Lay parked his car at the entrance and walked into the villa quickly. He went to the 3rd floor directly and realized that the living room was filled with people at the moment, including his father, Xue Mingwei, and his sister, Xue Xuejiao. A lady in a beige qipao stood by the window with her back facing everyone. She was tall and had an elegant aura. Meanwhile, an old man in black martial arts attire stood next to her. "Sister." Chouette Lay walked over immediately. "Piak." The lady turned around and slapped his face. Her pretty face was extremely cold. "Do you know that the fast attack group has been destroyed?" Chouette Lay covered his face in fear. The coldness on the lady's face grew even colder, seeing that he was keeping quiet. "Who exactly did you offend? Who brought such a disaster to the fast attack group?" "I didn't offend anyone." Chouette Lay wanted to deny it by instinct, but a silhouette flashed through his head. Subsequently, he said in disbelief, "See, could it be him?" Subsequently, he told her everything about Yi Chen immediately, including how Yi Chen treated Yen Ning on the plane and everything that happened at the Happy Valley Hotel. The lady's expression changed slightly. "Are you saying that his surname is Yi too?" Chouette Lay nodded. "Xuejiao, could this be the person who destroyed the fast attack group?" Xue Mingwei, who was standing aside, said in his deep voice. His expression was extremely grim. Xuejiao fell into silence for a few seconds and said all of a sudden, "Look into it. You must find out who this person is." As soon as she gave the order, Yi Chen's information appeared on the table in less than half an hour. Her expression could not stop changing as she picked it up and looked at it. Yi Qin, 30 years old, from Tianan. He once used the Dragon Tiger Mountain's Celestial Master Sect's thunder method to summon the divine thunder to frighten everyone. He's famous in Tianan and he's known as Master Yi. What? He's Master Yi? Xue Mingwei could not help but exclaim as shock flashed through his face. The Xue family's influence spread across China, so it was only natural that they had heard of Master Yi, who was proficient in spells and could summon the divine thunder in Tianan. How is that possible? Xue Lei's expression changed drastically as if he had been struck by lightning. That piece of trash was Master Yi. That should be him. Xue Jiao nodded and said with a grim expression on her pretty face, there were huge explosions in all 4 of the fast attack group's footholds, but there was no smell of gunpowder at the scene. I think this Master Yi must have performed a spell. She could not help but look at the old man in black next to her as she spoke to this point. Master Guan, can you handle this person? Master Guan was a great sword master. His sword method was superb, second only to the unquestionable sword. He was also an ancient martial artist, a martial Dao master, and a leader of the fast attack group. If he were to fight, the old man in black squinted. The old man in black squinted with a gleam in his eyes. This Master Yi is only proficient in magic, not martial arts. I can totally kill him before he can cast his magic. It'll be effortless. Spells and martial Dao had their pros and cons. Spells required time to prepare and a certain distance to perform a spell. However, it was different from martial Dao. There was nothing that it could not break as soon as it got close. There's no rush. Xue Jiao revealed a smile that could make hundreds of flowers dim upon hearing that. I'd like to meet this Master Yi. If he's smart enough to submit to my family, I might spare his life. Chapter 192. Yi Chun returned to the hospital after destroying the fast attack group. Zhang Daniu and Huang Fugui stared blankly at the phone. Meanwhile, the image on the phone was of the fast attack group dying in the fire. Huang Pei said excitedly as soon as she saw Yi Qin, "Boss, the fast attack group has been destroyed." "That's great." What she did not see was that Wang Meng's eyes were filled with respect and shock when he looked at Yi Qin. Half an hour ago, his lord had said that he was going to kill someone. Half an hour later, the fast attack group had been destroyed. None of the 1,000 members survived. Is that so? That's great indeed. Yi Qin smiled calmly and had his eyes on Zhang Daniu and Huang Fugui. How are your injuries? Brother Chun, I'm fine. The doctor said I'll be fine after resting for a few days. Zhang Daniu shook his head and said in a muffled voice. Huang Fugui looked at Yi Chun with a profound gaze. Boss, where did you go earlier? He sensed that something was off. The fast attack group had just destroyed his store, but it was destroyed in the blink of an eye. He would not believe that his boss had nothing to do with it. However, he dared not believe that his boss had done all of that. After all, it sounded too shocking. I went out for a walk since I had nothing to do. Yi Chun smiled calmly and proceeded to say, no matter what, it's because of me that you guys are injured and hospitalized today. How about this? I'll pay for your medical fees. I'll treat you guys to a feast when you guys are discharged. Hooray, boss. Huang Pei was the first to cheer. Yi Qin smiled and rushed home. He heard panting and moaning coming from the house as soon as he arrived at the door. Yi Qin was stunned at first. Subsequently, his expression turned grim. Could the patriarch be calling for service? After kicking the door open, Yi Qin walked in quickly. Shock appeared on his face immediately. He saw the patriarch sitting on the couch, staring at the television without blinking. The image on the television was disgusting. It was a man and a woman with blonde hair and blue eyes. Meanwhile, Meng Meng was sleeping soundly in the bedroom. The patriarch must have cast a sleeping spell on her. The old ancestor was startled by him and hurriedly turned off the TV with the remote control. Then he jumped down from the sofa and wagged his tail with a fawning expression. "Master, you're back. Don't let me see you looking at something like that again, especially when there's a kid around." Yi Chen glared at him coldly. "Master, you've misunderstood. Am I, the pure and innocent butt-face, such a person? I accidentally jumped to a porn channel just now. I really didn't watch it." The great ancestor shook his head like a rattledrum and said seriously, "Sai, these TV stations are really too much. Why are they playing this thing? It's purely tormenting the masses. I'll definitely complain to them later." Although he said so, the patriarch was indignant in his heart. "Damn little Yeezy. I've been locked in a cage by you for several days. I haven't even warmed my seat yet, and you've already treated me like a watchdog. What's wrong? I can't take it anymore. Can't I sneak a peek?" Yi Chen scoffed and returned to his room. After removing his daughter's sleeping spell, he covered her with a blanket and began cultivating next to her. On the third morning, Yi Chen went to the hospital to pick up Zhang Dainiu and Huang Fuguei. Since the fast attack group was destroyed, Huang Fuguei had nothing to worry about anymore. Just when they arrived at the entrance of the hospital, the door of a Land Rover that was parked by the road opened slowly. Subsequently, a young man in a suit walked over. "Mr. Yi, my young mistress would like to see you. Get her to see me personally." Yi Chen returned to the pharmacy with Zhang Dainiu and the rest, who looked doubtful after saying that. At that moment, many renovation workers were busy working in the shop. Huang Fuguei seemed to have found a place to vent. He was pointing at the renovation workers, asking them how to install the door and what material to use for the table. Meanwhile, Yi Chen carried his daughter out to eat. Just when they were eating, he saw a beautiful lady in a white chiffon dress sit down. The woman's facial features were exquisite, and her face was as delicate as an 18-year-old girl's. Her spirited eyes seemed to want to control everything, and the faintly discernible smile at the corner of her mouth gave people the feeling of a spring breeze. If someone who knew her saw her, they would definitely be so shocked that they would be speechless. The reason being that the lady was the Xue family's pride, Xue Xuejiao. She was only 28 years old, but she managed the Xue family's business so well. One could tell that her methods were extraordinary. Meng Meng looked at her and shrunk into Yi Chen's embrace timidly. "Daddy, get me a cup of coffee." After the waiter walked over, Xue Xuejiao ordered a cup of coffee and looked at Yi Chen with a bright smile. "Mr. Yi, let me introduce myself. My name is Xue Xuejiao. Xue Lei is my brother. Can we talk?" "Sure." Yi Chen said extremely coldly. "Break your brother's legs and get him to kneel before me. Then we'll talk." "Why do you have to be so aggressive, Mr. Yi?" The smile on Xue Xuejiao's face froze a little. A ferocious gleam flashed through her beautiful eyes, but it was subsequently replaced by charm. "It's my brother's fault for offending you. I have already taught him a lesson. Moreover, you've destroyed my fast attack group, so we're even." "No, no, no." Yi Chen shook his head as mockery appeared at the corner of his lips. "To you guys, we're even, but it's not enough for me. The fast attack group and Guan Songhai are still alive, and Xue Lei is still enjoying himself. Mr. Yi, I know that you're the Master Yi who's famous in Tianan. You're amazing at spells, and all the wealthy families are fighting to be friends with you." Xue Xuejiao giggled and subsequently said in an inviolable tone, "But you must know that this is Beijing, not Tianan. My Xue family isn't something that those small families in Tianan can compare to. My family has already lowered our status by taking the initiative to offer you an olive branch. Perhaps you think your identity as Master Yi is valuable, but to my family I'm afraid it's nothing." Xue Xuejiao looked proud as she spoke to this point. She looked straight at Yi Chen and enunciated word by word. "As long as you surrender to my family and me, I guarantee that all the grudges between us will be forgotten. I'll even let you live a luxurious life." She had the confidence. The Xue family had the confidence too. At that moment, the waiter brought her coffee over. Yi Qin chuckled softly. His smile was rather cold. Since you guys aren't willing to hand Shui lay over, I'll look for him myself. I'll kill whoever dares to stop me. What if my family doesn't allow that? Xue Jiao's expression turned grim slowly. She was no longer as gentle as before. Yi Qin squinted as his cold voice came. That's simple. I'll destroy your family. We'll see. Xue Jiao got up and scoffed. She was leaving after saying that. Yi Qin reminded, "Pay the bill before you leave." Xue Jiao took out 100 yuan and slammed it on the table. Her face was pale, and she did not even turn her head. Yi Qin squinted as he watched her leave. A grin appeared on his face. You guys only know that I'm the Master Yi who's amazing at spells, but you have no idea that I'm also the mad Southern Yi who kills masters like dogs. Xue Xiao from the Xue family, right? Since you're not happy that I've pushed you to number 11 on the heaven leaderboard, I'll beat you up until you do. After waiting for his daughter to finish eating, Yi Qin paid the bill and carried her out of the cafe. A car stopped before him. As the car window wound down, a young man in military uniform said, "Mr. Yi, the boss wants to see you." Is he going to hold me accountable? Yi Qin smiled calmly and got into the car while carrying his daughter. The car drove into the courtyard house from earlier. Old Chen's expression was grim. The first thing he said when he saw Yi Qin was, "Mad Southern Yi, up to 1,000 people from the Fast Attack group died in your hands. Don't you owe me an explanation?" Chapter 193. As his voice fell, the temperature in the room seemed to have suddenly dropped a lot. Qin Shaotian, who is known as the madman of Zongnanhai, twisted his neck, his fighting spirit soaring. "This is my explanation." Yi Qin took out a bag of drugs and tossed it before Old Qin. He then sat down calmly. Old Qin opened the bag of drugs and dipped his hand into it. After tasting it, fury flashed across his face. "Did you get this from the Fast Attack group?" "Of course." Yi Qin smiled calmly. "The Fast Attack group and the Xue family." Old Qin smiled instead of being mad. He looked at Yi Qin in a judging manner. "Even so, this so-called explanation alone isn't enough." Another 10 red pills appeared in Yi Qin's hand. As soon as the pills appeared in the air, they gave off a refreshing pill fragrance. This is? Old Qin was stunned at first. Then he looked at Yi Qin in disbelief. Even Qin Shaotian, who was standing behind him, did the same. This is an essence cultivating pill. If an ordinary person takes it, it can strengthen their physique and make them immune to all diseases. If a cultivator takes it, it can greatly increase their cultivation. As soon as he said that, Old Qin and Qin Shaotian looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. To be able to increase an ancient martial art practitioner's cultivation, just this point alone was enough to make them extremely shocked. Compared to ordinary people, the number of ancient martial arts practitioners was too small. Moreover, those who could join the army and serve the country were even fewer. If they had this kind of elixir, wouldn't it mean that they could produce a large number of masters for the country? All of a sudden, even though Old Chen had spent half his life in the military, and his heart was like an ancient well that was untainted by even a speck of dust, he couldn't help but feel shocked from the bottom of his heart at this moment. Is this explanation enough? A sly grin appeared at the corner of Yi Chen's lips. State your conditions. Old Chen took a deep breath in. There was an inexplicable feeling in his eyes when he looked at Yi Chen. Although this fellow was decisive in killing, he was as shrewd as a ghost. Putting aside the fact that he had the Fast Attack group's weakness with drugs, he then used the vitality pill to increase his bargaining chip. Very simple. Yi Chen smiled calmly. The government should stop interfering with my future matters. Don't hold me back either. I don't want to stand on the opposite side of the country. Impossible. Elder Chen refused without hesitation. What a joke. If Yi Chen killed 1,000 or even 10,000 people after this, would they still pretend that they did not see it? Yi Chen smiled. What if I tell you that this medicinal pill can be mass-produced? What? Old Chin was shocked once again. A flush appeared on his aged face. Can it really be mass-produced? Not bad. Yi Chin nodded. I have 3 conditions. Firstly, the government can't stop me from destroying the Su family. Secondly, I won't show mercy if anyone challenges me. Thirdly, help me find out about someone's whereabouts. As long as you agree to these 3 conditions, I will hand over the refining method of the essence enhancing pill to the military. Hearing this, Elder Chen's expression changed a few times before he said, I'll have to ask number 1 about this. I can't make the decision. Go ahead. Yi Chin raised his hand. Elder Chin turned around and went back into the house. He seemed to be talking to someone on the phone. After more than 10 minutes, he walked out, took a deep breath, and said, We agree, but we have to amend it. If you really want to destroy the Su family, don't touch officials above the department level, and don't get into conflict with the military and the police. So are you asking me to surrender? I'm sorry, I can't do that. Yi Chin chuckled. Old Chin shook his head. We'll give you the title of China Biology Research Institute Specialist. We'll also give you the Firearms Division's Major General ID in advance. You'll be exempted from murder. If you get into conflict with the police and the military, just show me your ID. I'll handle the rest. Sure. Yi Chin nodded. Old Chin spoke again, also the 3rd condition. Who do you want us to find for you? Her name is Su Yuhan, the young mistress of the Su family. Yi Chin spoke slowly. At the same time, she's my wife and my daughter's mother. No problem. Old Chin glanced at him wryly. Now he finally understood why Yi Chin wanted to destroy the Su family. So can I leave now? Yi Chin got up and stretched. Brat, when are you going to give me the refining method of the essence enhancing pill? Old Chin scolded jokingly. Don't worry, just in 2 days. After saying that, Yi Chin walked out of the military courtyard in a swagger. Qin Shaotian watched him leave. He could not help but look at Old Chin, hesitating to speak. Chief, won't we be too lenient with him? And the Su family. Lenient. Old Chin fell into deep thought. This guy seems to be lawless, but he has a bottom line. Everything will be fine as long as he doesn't go against the country. Moreover, the Su family has been too arrogant all these years. Number 1 has been trying to take away the Su family's military power, but he's been stopped. In reality, there was something that he did not say. The Fast Attack Group and the Su family were nothing compared to the Essence Enhancing Pill. After all, the Essence Enhancing Pill was something that truly benefited the country and the people. Yi Chin saw Yan Ning waiting at the entrance when he returned to the pharmacy while carrying his daughter. She walked up to him as soon as she saw him. She was anxious. Brother Yi, a friend of mine is sick. Can you go and take a look at her? What friend? Yi Chin asked. Yan Ning shook her head, feeling rather conflicted. I promised her that I'd keep it a secret. Brother Yi, please help me. She held Yi Chen's hand as she spoke and looked at him pitifully. All right. Yi Chen took 2 steps back while crying. He nodded, not knowing whether to laugh or to cry. He then got into the car with her. Over 20 minutes later, the car drove into a private villa. Yan Ning led Yi Chen directly to a room on the 2nd floor of the villa. There was a pale lady lying on the bed in the room. Yan Ning walked over and asked in concern, Sister Xuejiao, I've brought Brother Yi here. How are you feeling? The lady on the bed sat up weakly with Yan Ning's help. She revealed a playful smile at Yi Chin. Yan Ning, is this the miracle Dr. Yi that you mentioned to me earlier? Who else could it be but Xuejiao? Yan Ning nodded without realizing it. That's right. Brother Ye's medical skills are amazing. Yes, I believe you. Xuejiao, the patient, nodded and said, Yan Ning, you may leave. Let miracle Dr. Yi treat me alone. I'm going out? Yan Ning was stunned. Yi Chen followed up, that's right. Get out. I'll be done soon. Subsequently, 2 nannies walked in and dragged in Ning, who was still in a daze out. Soon after she left, the door was closed from the outside. Meanwhile, silhouettes flashed past the window outside. A few infrared yellow dots shone in from outside the house and shone on Yi Chen's head. An old man in black slowly walked out from the corner and said to Xue Xuejiao expressionlessly, "Miss Xue, everything has been arranged." The sickly Xue Xuejiao walked down from the bed with a victorious smile on her face. Yi Chen said calmly while looking at Xue Xuejiao on the bed, "Miss Xue, even if you want to have sex with me, you don't have to invite so many people, do you? Don't tell me that you have such a hobby." Xue Xuejiao smirked. "Master Yi, there are 5 snipers aiming at your head at the moment. There are also 50 retired Special Forces soldiers who are fully armed and wearing bulletproof vests guarding all the exits." At that moment, she seemed to have transformed into a queen who controlled the entire world. Mockery filled her eyes when she looked at Yi Chen. "You can say that your life depends on a single thought of mine. Blame yourself for refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Now I'm ordering you to kneel." Chapter 194. The atmosphere in the tightly shut room was suffocating. Xue Xuejiao looked at Yi Chen proudly after speaking. She looked like a cat that was playing with a mouse. "I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it. If you don't kneel in 10 seconds, both of you and your daughter will die." "Daddy!" His daughter, Ming Ming, shrunk into Yi Chen's embrace uneasily. She said while pouting while looking at Xue Xuejiao, "You're a bad woman. You're a bad woman." Yi Chen stretched his arm out and patted her. With his divine consciousness, he saw 50 hunks with real guns and bullets standing outside the house. Each of them gripped their guns tightly and looked ferocious. Yi Chen smirked in disdain. "Ms. Xue, do you think you can fight me with this bunch of useless people?" Sniper rifles and submachine guns were nothing more than tickling him when he faced an immortal's body. The only thing that piqued his curiosity was that Xue Xuejiao had used the innocent Yan Ning to trick him here with the excuse of treating her illness. Where exactly did she get her confidence from? Of course not. Since Xuejiao knows that you're Master Yi, who's famous in Tianan, and that your spells are godly, I naturally won't underestimate you. Xue Xuejiao chuckled softly and clapped her hands. 8 muscular, ferocious-looking men walked out from the corner immediately. All of their temples were bulging and their eyes were gleaming. "These are the 8 Vidras under my second uncle, Xue Shao. They've been fighting with my second uncle for years. All of them have a cultivation base of illuminating pulse, and they can fight 100 people alone." The smile on Xue Xuejiao's face was getting brighter as she spoke to this point. "Moreover, we've installed lightning rods on the roof. No matter how powerful your spells are, you can't be the reincarnation of the god of thunder, can you?" Yi Chen's expression finally changed. He seemed to be afraid. "You really think highly of me. I can't believe you've hired 8 experts and even installed lightning rods." Xue Xuejiao caught the expression on his face instantly. She giggled again. "I know what you're thinking. You're just trying to capture me and use me as a hostage to escape. But that's impossible." She shook her head, thinking that she was smart. She then looked at the old man next to her. "This is the Fast Attack Group's leader, Songhai, whom you've always wanted to kill. I forgot to tell you that not only is Master Guan the Fast Attack Group's leader, but he's also our family's master." His voice fell. Guan Songhai took a step out and looked at Yi Chen with a grim expression. "Master Yi, you've killed my disciple and destroyed my Fast Attack Group. You'll definitely die today. If you know what's good for you, it's best that you kneel and kowtow to accept your death. It seems like you guys are determined to kill me. If I'd known this earlier, I wouldn't have come no matter what." Yi Chen gulped. He looked furious and regretful. A mocking smile appeared on Xue Xuejiao's lips. "Unfortunately, it's already too late. I asked you to kneel before me, but you didn't. Now, you no longer have the chance. She turned around slowly after saying that and scoffed with her back facing Yi Qin. Do it. End the battle as soon as possible. Then chop his head off and toss it at the entrance of the Qi medicine hall. His voice fell. The 8 burly men in the room roared in unison. Wait. Yi Qin suddenly stopped him. Xue Xuejiao's body trembled violently. She was clearly very happy. What? Are you afraid now? You want to beg for mercy? What I want to say is, Xue Xuejiao, no matter how smart you are, you've miscalculated something. Yi Qin suddenly smiled. Xue Xuejiao turned around by instinct. Oh, tell me then. What did I miscalculate? Don't try to buy time with this. Nobody can save you today. You'll definitely die. Yi Qin smiled wryly. Did you guys only find out that I'm Master Yi? What do you mean? Xue Xuejiao's pretty face changed. Yi Qin asked, What's your second Uncle Xue Zhao's ranking on the Heaven Leaderboard? What's his ranking now? You know about the Heaven Leaderboard. Xue Xuejiao's heart sank, but she still smiled proudly. My father was number 10 on the Heaven Leaderboard before, but he's number 11 now. If not for Mad Southern Yi, her throat froze as if someone was choking her as she spoke to this point. Subsequently, there was disbelief in her eyes when she looked at Yi Qin. Why, I forgot to tell you that apart from Master Yi, who's proficient in spells, I'm the Mad Southern Yi. Yi Qin shook his head lightly. I'm the Mad Southern Yi who pushed your useless father out of the number 10 on the Heaven Leaderboard. As soon as that was said, Guan Sanhai and Xue Xuejiao's expressions changed at the same time. Their hearts could not help but skip a beat. Mad Southern Yi, the number 1 on the Heaven Leaderboard, the number 1 master, Mad Southern Yi. I am possible. Xue Xuejiao shrieked and looked at Yi Qin coldly. Do you think you're Mad Southern Yi just because your surname is Yi? Do you think you won't die today just because you say you're Mad Southern Yi? Do it, kill him for me. The 8 hunks next to her roared in rage. The 8 hunks at the side roared. Extremely violent energy exploded from their bodies immediately. The 8 of them condensed their fist energy and spread out to attack Yi Qin from all directions. The powerful force caused the entire second floor to sway slightly a few times, as if it could not bear the weight. Even Guan Sanhai, who was standing aside, could not help but have a change of expression. If the 8 of them were to encounter a regular martial Dao master, they might be able to fight to a draw. How dare a bunch of useless people act so presumptuously before me? I, Yi Qin, will send you to hell today. My dear daughter, close your eyes. Yi Qin scoffed. He took a step out while carrying his daughter in his left hand. He grabbed the air with his right hand and gathered energy into a saber. His body flashed past the 8 of them like a specter. The 8 of them felt their vision blur. Before they could react, they felt a sharp pain coming from their necks. Subsequently, they lost consciousness. Thud, 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 the 8 heads fell to the ground and rolled to Xue Xuejiao's feet. Warm blood splashed on her face. The entire process happened within the blink of an eye. Dead silence filled the place. Feeling the warmth on her face, Xue Xuejiao extended her arm to touch it by instinct. When she looked again, she saw blood. How is that possible? Xue Xuejiao lost her composure and exclaimed. Her eyes were wide open, and she was no longer as confident as before. One must know that the 8 of them were experts who had been following her father, Xue Shao, for many years. They were top-notch experts, even in the military. Even Guan Sanhai could not guarantee that he could kill all of them within half an hour. However, the 8 of them died in Yi Qin's hands within the blink of an eye. It was so fast that she could not even react to it. She spat a mouthful of blood out hard as she panicked. She screamed in madness, Fire! Fire now! Thud, 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 as soon as she finished speaking. 5 gunshots rang out from outside. It was obvious that the 5 snipers had opened fire. The 5 snipers were very professional. Each of their shots hit Yi Chen's head. As the sound of bullets hitting metal was heard, intense shock appeared on Xue Xuejiao and Guan Songhai's faces. Not only did the 5 bullets fail to penetrate Yi Chen's head, but they bounced off to the side and shattered many vases. They looked again. Yi Chen did not even do anything. How was that possible? Guan Songhai and Xue Xuejiao were so shocked that they almost suffocated. The 5 snipers outside looked as if they had seen a ghost. This was the IWS. It was the 2000 fin-stabilized armor-piercing projectile. Each bullet had a diameter of 14.5 millimeters. Not to mention a human, even a steel plate could be pierced in one shot. However, they did not harm Yi Chen at all. Yi Chen walked to Xue Xuejiao and Guan Songhai one step after another. He said softly, "Is this your so-called trump card? Is this what you're relying on? That's all you got? Tremble, you ant." Chapter 195. The moment the gunshot was heard on the second floor. Gunshot? Oh no, Brother Yi. Yan Ning, who was locked on the first floor, had a change of expression. She wanted to check by instinct, but she was pinned to the couch by the 2 housekeepers. "Let me go. Someone shot. I want to check it out." Yan Ning could not stop struggling. Didn't they say they were going to treat her? Why is there gunshot? Where did the gunshot come from? You must have heard it wrong. Ms. Yan, it's best that you don't go out. One of the housekeepers smirked. Before this, Xue Xuejiao had ordered them not to leave the house no matter what they heard. In the side courtyard of the Xue family's villa, Xue Lei lifted his head to look across after hearing the gunshot. He smirked. "My sister and the rest are doing it. Yi is dead this time. So what if you're Master Yi? So what if you're close to Yan Ning?" Xue Lei's eyes were filled with an evil smirk. "My sister has set up so many traps and even hired 5 top-notch snipers from the military. You'll definitely die this time. Naturally, nobody will fight with me for Yan Ning after you're dead." Xue Lei gulped down a mouthful of wine as he thought to this point. He pushed the door open and walked to the villa across. "No, I must go take a look. I must see what happens to Yi with my own eyes. Ms. Yan, retreat now." The great sword master, Guan Songhai, had a change of expression when he saw Yi Chen approaching. He pulled Xue Xuejiao behind him immediately. The duo retreated a few steps back immediately until their backs were pressed against the wall. There was nowhere for them to retreat to. Bang, 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 da-da-da. The 5 snipers outside and the 50-odd people outside the window could not stop shooting at Yi Chen. However, they were useless against him even if they ran out of bullets. "You're seeking death." Yi Chen scanned with his divine consciousness and confirmed their location immediately. The almighty killer's sword appeared in his hand immediately. He thought to himself. The almighty killer's sword shot out through the window with a whistling sound. Sword chi filled 300 meters around. The sword gleam swept across. More than 50 fully armed retired Special Forces soldiers, who were blocking the window, didn't even have time to scream before they were killed by the whistling sword aura and turned into a pool of blood. A sniper hiding on top of a building was reloading. Suddenly, he felt a chill in front of him and looked up subconsciously. A sword slashed down. A human head was tossed into the sky. When the other 4 snipers saw this scene, they were so scared that they were stunned on the spot. The sword light struck again, and a sniper hiding on a big tree in the courtyard had both his hands chopped off. The sword light's momentum did not diminish, and even the tree was cut in half and collapsed. As the 3 screams were heard, all the power that Xue Xuejiao had placed outside was destroyed by Yi Chen in an instant. Xue Xuejiao's face turned pale while her body could not stop shaking. Her pride was crushed by Yi Chen's series of techniques. 6 Meridian opening experts had been instantly killed by him. Sniper rifles and submachine guns were completely useless against him. How could they not die against such a person? She had never seen anyone so powerful. He was so powerful that he could no longer be described as human. Even her father, Xue Xiao, who used to be in the top 10 on the heaven leaderboard, could not do it. Why, you're really mad, Southern Yi. The almighty killer sword flew into his hand again. Yi Qin stood with the sword in his hand, looking proud and cold. Initially, I had no enmity with your Xue family, but your family is really courting death. Hearing this, Xue Xuejiao's heart was filled with regret and fear. He regretted provoking Yi Qin. He regretted not connecting Master Ye's name to Mad Southern Yi, since they were both from Tianan. She could still clearly remember how arrogant she was when she negotiated with Yi Qin in the cafe for the first time. She even boasted that she wanted Yi Qin to submit to her. Now, she finally understood why the fast attack group was destroyed overnight. She also understood why Yi Qin would kill Yuan Bupo first before killing Northern Devil Jiang, Eastern Superior Ning, and Western Overlord Lu. Because he was simply too strong. In the face of such power, the family background, wealth, and power that he relied on were all vulnerable. Yi Chen had his eyes on the great sword master, Guan Songhai. His voice was extremely cold. Since you are a great sword master, draw your sword. You only have one chance to draw your sword in front of me. Guan Songhai's face was filled with fear. His hands that were behind his back could not stop trembling. Mad Southern Yi, let me go. I didn't mean to be your enemy. As for what Hai Jiao did earlier, it wasn't my intention. He was also afraid. That was because the person standing before him was the number 1 on the heaven leaderboard, the number 1 grandmaster, Mad Southern Yi. Several martial Dao grandmasters had died in his hands, and they were all famous on the heaven leaderboard. Meanwhile, although Guan Songhai was a great swordmaster, his ability was on the same rank as Yuan Bupo at most. How could he be Yi Chen's match? What's the point of saying this now? Yi Chen's expression was cold. Guan Songhai's face turned serious. He pulled out a soft sword from his waist, and a stream of energy condensed at the tip of the sword. The tip of the sword whistled with a cold light, as if it was about to devour someone. Meanwhile, a storm of sword qi swept out from Guan Songhai, and it was so powerful that it caused the walls and the surroundings to crack open like a spider web. The sword qi condensed into a solid green sword gleam and attacked Yi Qin. A sword qi erupted from Yi Chen's body as well. The sword qi was several times more powerful than the previous one. The two sword qis suddenly collided. The next moment, Guan Songhai's body jolted intensely as a bloody line split his face into half. He looked blankly at Yi Qin. Why, you know the sword too? I understand you don't, Yi Qin said. A swordsman should not be arrogant, impatient, fearless. His heart will never change, and he will press forward with indomitable will. You're willing to be someone else's lackey. You're not worthy of using a sword. Only 2 people were qualified to wield a sword. One of them was Yi Qin, and the other was Wu Shuang. Wu Shuang was a sword spirit. His sword heart was clear and pure. He was born for the sword. Yes, I'm not fit to use a sword. Guan Songhai laughed self-mockingly. His eyes were in a trance, as if he was looking at his own past. I'm not fit to use a sword. This is where I'm weaker than unquestionable. His voice fell. As soon as he was done speaking, he fell onto the ground directly. His internal organs and blood were all over the ground. Xue Xuejiao fell onto the ground upon witnessing that. Fear filled her face. She did not expect that. As a martial Dao master, the great sword master Guan Songhai had died just like that. Moreover, he had died on the sword Dao that he was most proud of. At that moment, Yi Qin and her were the only ones left. Xue Xuejiao jolted when she sensed Yi Chen's cold gaze sweeping over. She snapped back to her senses immediately and shuddered. Yi, sister, is that Yi guy dead? At that moment, an extremely excited voice came from outside. Chapter 196. Xue Lei was excited. His sister had set up a trap to lure Yi Qin. She even had Master Guan, the great sword master, to help her. Even a regular martial Dao master would die under such a formation, let alone Yi Chen. He seemed to be able to see Yi Chen's outcome. He was confident and even arrogant. The only thing that confused him was that there was no one outside the room on the second floor. Moreover, there was a heavy stench of blood lingering in the air. But when he walked to the second floor, his eyes subconsciously looked inside through the window, and the smile on his face suddenly froze, and his whole body became motionless. What did he see? There were dead bodies all over the ground and 8 heads. They were the 8 great warriors under his second uncle, Xue Xiao. They were dead, and Master Guan had been slashed into half. How was that possible? Most importantly, Yi Chen, whom he thought would definitely die, was standing in the room, safe and sound. He was even carrying the child in his arms. Meanwhile, his sister, Xue Xuejiao, was kneeling on the ground with fear filling her face. Xue Xuejiao's face turned pale when she heard his voice. She screamed at the top of her lungs, "Xue Lei, run! Run now!" Xue Lei jolted and snapped back to his senses. He saw Yi Chen's cold stare. He wanted to run, but his legs would not listen to him. How did this happen? How did this happen? Even at such a time, he could not stop repeating those few words in his head. Run. Yi Chen smirked in disdain. He turned around and grabbed at the bloody tears outside the window with his 5 fingers. Xue Lei felt an irresistible suction. No. He shrieked in fear. He crashed through the window and flew toward Yi Chen uncontrollably. A wide hand grabbed his neck and lifted him high. "You don't kill me. I can give you anything you want. I'll give you Yanning too. If you kill me, my family won't let you go." Xue Lei could not stop kicking his legs in the air. His eyes were wide open. There was fear and begging in his eyes when he looked at Yi Chen. He was no longer as proud as before. Only then did he understand who his family had offended. All of his sister's techniques did not harm him at all. Only now did young Master Xue, who had always been indifferent to the lives and deaths of others, understand what the aura of death felt like. Hearing this, Xue Xuejiao's expression changed drastically. "Grandmaster Yi, don't kill my brother." However, the next moment, her expression suddenly froze. This was because she saw a ball of flame slowly blossoming from the right hand that was strangling Xue Lei. The flame was as red as blood, and it instantly spread from Xue Lei's neck to his head, hair, chest, limbs, and finally, it tightly wrapped around Xue Lei. Ah! Xue Lei let out a series of shrill cries. In less than 10 seconds, his entire body had been completely incinerated, and not even the slightest bit of residue remained. He transformed into a strand of black smoke that dissipated into the air. A living person disappeared in an instant. Astonishingly, it was making fire out of thin air, burning bones to ashes. The scene was dead silent. Xue Xuejiao could not stop shaking. Her eyes were filled with intense fear when she looked at Yi Chen. "Why, you're the devil. You're the devil!" The scene of Yi Chen burning Xue Lei to death with fire had truly shocked her. Devil? The killing intent on Yi Chen's face remained as if he had just killed an ant. "If I'm a devil, I'll cook the immortals and Buddhas. If I'm a Buddha, the devils will call Amitabha. Now it's your turn." Xue Xuejiao's body shook intensely. She said while retreating, "Grandmaster Yi, let me go." Yi Chen took a step out as mockery appeared on his face. "When I first came in, I noticed the tens of retired Special Forces soldiers, 5 snipers, and ancient martial artists like Guan Songhai. However, do you know why I still came in? Because I really want to know if your father, Xue Xiao, will show up. Unfortunately, to my disappointment, you guys have overestimated your techniques and underestimated me. Yi Chen, do you really think that a bunch of ants can hurt me?" Yi Chen walked to Xue Xuejiao one step after another. He shook his head lightly as disappointment flashed across his face. Subsequently, he lifted his arm slowly. "Everything's over." Xue Xuejiao's expression changed drastically upon seeing that. Her intense desire to live made her say immediately, "Mr. Yi, you've killed enough. My brother died in your hands too. I'm just a woman. Let me go. I promise that the Xue family won't take revenge on you after this." Yi Chen approached her step by step as if he did not hear her. "You might not know my Xue family." Xue Jiao's heart was pounding. She added calmly, "My family has been passed down for up to 100 years. It's an ancient family. Throughout the years, the Xue family members have been holding important positions in the government and the military. My second uncle, Xue Shao, is a martial Dao master on the Heaven Leaderboard. As soon as you kill me, you'll be going against the Xue family. The Xue family will definitely take revenge on you." Yi Chen remained unmoved. So what? As the Heavenly Emperor, why would Yi Chen care about the revenge and threats of ants? Although there were many ants, he could kill them with a swing of his sword. That's right. Don't be afraid. Your spells are powerful, and you're invincible. It's not an exaggeration to describe you as a god. Xue Jiao took a deep breath in and proceeded to speak, "But you'll be standing on the opposite side of the country. You can come and go as you please, but what about your family? What about your friends? Don't tell me you want them to follow you and run around, leaving their homes and homes? You're wrong." Yi Chen's expression was cold. "I don't need to run at all. My family and friends don't need to run, either, because anyone who dares to go against me will die. Everything was just a paper tiger before absolute power." Xue Jiao's heart jolted. She suddenly felt that all of her words were useless in front of him. Sensing the killing intent on Yi Chen that was getting more and more intense, she said in despair, "Can you let me go for Yan Ning's sake?" "Yan Ning?" Yi Chen could not help but scoff. "Your best friend is using her to fight me. Do you think you're worthy for me to let you go for her sake? Yan Ning's down there now. She'll definitely find out if you kill me. Are you going to kill her too?" Lin Huang asked. Xue Jiao was devastated. "Stop struggling. Yan Ning can't save you." Yi Chen shook his head. He could use the soul-cleansing tactic to erase part of Yan Ning's memory. By then, Yan Ning would not know anything. When he found Yuhan, his family would return to Tiannan and never see each other again. Xue Jiao closed her eyes in despair. She seemed to have thought of something as she got up and untied her dress. As the clothes fell to the ground one after another, a naked, alluring body was exposed to the air. She shuddered and smiled at Yi Chen in a seductive manner while biting her lip. "Master Yi, do you think this reason works?" Chapter 197. As she smiled, it was as if hundreds of flowers were blooming. "I, Xue Jiao, have high standards. I've never had my eyes on a man, so I've been chaste until now." Xue Jiao's smile was like dimples on her face, as if she was the embodiment of a beauty. "Let me go. I'll be your woman, or even your most loyal maid. Not only will the Xue family not take revenge on you, but I can also help you conquer the world." To her, even heroes had a weakness for beauty. Meanwhile, no matter if it was her beauty or appearance, she was one of the best even in the entire Beijing. God knew how many people wanted to conquer her to fulfill their desires. It was also a woman's proudest asset. She could not help but lift her head to look at Yi Chen in a seductive manner after speaking. However, all she saw was indifference. There was no emotion in his eyes at all. His gaze was not that of a calm man, nor was it that of a Buddhist monk who was as calm as a mountain in the face of beauty. It was disdain. Yes, it was disdain. She caught the disdain in Yi Chen's eyes when he looked at her. Yi Chen's daughter, on the other hand, scoffed while pouting, "Daddy, don't look. You'll get a pinprick." Yi Chen took a good look at Xue Jiao's impressive body. There was no lust in his eyes at all, only faint mockery. A beautiful body is the same, but an interesting soul is 1 in a million. "Xue Jiao, I've overestimated you. Your techniques are useless against me." Xue Jiao's face turned pale as despair filled her heart. Subsequently, A cold voice came into her ears. It's not impossible for me to let you go, but you have to answer a question of mine. She could not help but be over the moon. Please ask, Yi Chen said expressionlessly. How much do you know about the Su family? Where has Su Tao been lately? Also, who's Bai Li? What Xue Xuejiao said reminded him that the Xue family and the Su family were wealthy families. Both families were in Beijing, so it was impossible that they did not know each other's background. Meanwhile, the Su family was the one that he wanted to destroy the most. Bai Li isn't from a wealthy family in Beijing. He just came to Beijing half a year ago. I heard from my second uncle that this Bai Li is very mysterious. There's an expert behind him. Xue Xuejiao said immediately as if she was grasping at straws. Meanwhile, Su Tao has been very close to Bai Li for the past 6 months. He's always elusive. He seems to be planning something with the person behind Bai Li. The government is afraid of them. At this point, she subconsciously looked down. That's all I know. As long as you don't kill me, I'll definitely find a way to help you find out more. She knew that whether she could live or not depended on this one thought. Yi Chen took a good look at her. Congratulations. Your answer has saved your life. This of my is, she said. Of. As of a of, as of. Of this is my spiritual power whirlpool. It has already wrapped around your heart. It can be considered a method to control you. Yi Chen said coldly, if you dare to disobey my order, I'll activate the spiritual power cyclone in your body with a thought. I'll then cut your heart continuously. You'll wish for death, but you won't be able to. You're not human. Xue Xuejiao's face was filled with fear. She did not expect Yi Chen to have a way to control her. If that was the case, would it not mean that her life would be completely in his hands from now on? Noisy! Yi Chen scoffed. With a thought, Xue Xuejiao felt an intense pain coming from her heart as if she was being cut by a knife. She shrieked and rolled on the ground. It was not an exaggeration to say that she was in so much pain that she wanted to die. Kill me, kill me! Now, she could not wait for Yi Chen to kill her immediately. Yi Chen looked at her coldly. He only calmed down the spiritual power vortex in her body when it was about time. At this moment, Xue Xuejiao was drenched in sweat. Her hair was disheveled and her face was pale as if she had just experienced death. Kneel. Yi Chen looked down at her in a condescending manner. Humiliation flashed across Xue Xuejiao's face, but it was replaced by fear eventually. She kneeled before Yi Chen obediently with her naked body naked. I was just giving you a taste of pain earlier, Yi Chen said extremely coldly. From today onward, your life is in my hands. Since you want to be a dog, you must be prepared to be one. Master, I won't dare to do it any more. Xue Xuejiao's perky bottom shook intensely as fear filled her eyes. Only after experiencing the pain earlier did she know that being alive was a blessing. She was used to being arrogant since she was young. Since when had anyone dared to disobey her? Now, Yi Chen was no different from a devil to her. Apart from being afraid, there was a faint sense of excitement inside of her. The feeling of being conquered made her feel like she was floating deep in her soul. Get dressed. You know what to do. Yi Chen carried his daughter out of the room after saying that. He stretched his arm out to touch Mingming's little hand and said softly, My dear, were you scared? Daddy, are you an armored warrior? Mingming shook her head and looked at him curiously with her eyes wide open. It was not her first time witnessing such a scene. It would be a lie to say that she was not scared, but she was not going to break down yet. Yi Chen was stunned. Armored warrior? That's right. Daddy is as powerful as the armored warrior. I fight monsters. I fight monsters. Meng waved her fists. Yi Chen could not help but laugh. I guess so, but you must keep this a secret for me. Otherwise, I won't be able to fight monsters. Yes, I won't tell anyone. Otherwise, the bad guys will take my summoning tool away. Meng Meng nodded in determination. Yi Chen shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or to cry. He only saw Yan Ning locked in the house when he arrived at the first floor. The two nannies looked like they had seen a ghost when they saw Yi Chen. The duo shuddered when Yi Chen got closer and passed out on the spot. "Brother Yi, I heard gunshots earlier. Are you all right?" Yan Ning rushed over and took a good look at Yi Chen in concern. Yi Chen said while smiling, "I'm fine." "Then why were there gunshots?" Yan Ning was confused. At that moment, Xue Xuejiao, who had changed her clothes, walked in like nothing had happened. She said while smiling, "Yan Ning, someone tried to assassinate me when Miracle Doctor Yi was treating me earlier. They were killed." "What? Assassination?" Yan Ning exclaimed in shock. Xue Xuejiao looked at Yi Chen by instinct and said while nodding, "That's right, it was an assassination. However, there weren't many people, so Master Guan killed them on the spot. We're all fine." "That's right. That's what happened." Yi Chen nodded too. Yan Ning did not believe him. However, she could only suppress her doubt since both of them had the same story. Xue Xuejiao took the initiative to get someone to drive Yi Chen back to the store. Yi Chen was secretly relieved to see that Zhang Dainiu and the rest were at work and nothing happened. When the sky was turning dark, Wang Meng walked in and said softly, "My lord, the auction for the Imperial Wind Pavilion's garden project has begun. It'll be held at 9 p.m. tonight." Chapter 198. So fast? Yi Chen looked at him, feeling rather surprised. "I heard that the auction house changed the time at the last minute and moved it forward." Wang Meng nodded and said, "This time many wealthy families and big shots are participating, but they are just there to support the event. The real protagonist is the Su clan. The Su clan has long released news that they want the Imperial Wind Pavilion, so the others naturally won't compete with them." At this point he paused and said hesitantly, "Honorable Lord, are we really going to fight with the Su family?" "Of course." Yi Chen chuckled softly and lifted his head to look at the lights far away. His eyes gleamed like lightning. "Su tell the Su family. The game officially begins. Although I have no idea what you're doing, I believe that you won't be able to sit still." At 8:30 in the evening, Wang Meng drove his Audi A6 to the largest auction house in Yanjing Rongbo Zai Auction Company, which was located in the city center and had a very developed location. Along the way, according to Wang Meng, the former owner of the Imperial Wind Pavilion Garden owed a bank money because of gambling. The bank had no choice but to entrust the Imperial Wind Pavilion to Rongbao Zhai for auction. After the car drove into the Rongbao Zhai's underground parking lot, Yi Chen got Wang Meng to go back as soon as he walked out of the car while carrying his daughter. Just as he was about to take the elevator to the 8th floor of the auction house, 5 luxury cars drove in front of him. As the doors opened, 3 men and 2 women walked out of the 5 cars. They were Li Yuanqing, Han Su, Su Jian, Wei Nan, and Xue Xuejiao. The few of them were shocked to see Yi Chen. Wei Nan frowned as disgust flashed through her eyes. She had the feeling that Yi Chen was like a fly that she would bump into wherever she went. She could not get rid of no matter what. Su Jian squinted his eyes in shock. The reason being, he had heard from Xuelei that Yi Chen had hidden himself when the Fast Attack Group destroyed the Qi Medicine Hall. How could he dare to come out in the open now? Could it be that the destruction of the Fast Attack Group had something to do with him? When he thought of this, he couldn't help but look at Xue Xuejiao. This young lady had never liked to walk with them. So why did she come to participate in this event? What about Xuelei? Li Yuanqing walked over with a smile. "Brother Yi, what a coincidence. Why are you here?" "I'm here to take a look." Yi Chen smiled lightly. Li Yuanqing did not think much of it. He smiled kindly and said, "We are also here to take a look. Do you want to join us?" Yi Chen nodded and followed them into the elevator. Han Su took a good look at him and asked, "Brother Yi, I heard that the fast attack group harassed your store earlier. Are you all right? As soon as he said that, apart from Xue Xuejiao, who knew what was going on, everyone in the elevator could not help but look at Yi Qin. What was the biggest news in the past few days? It was none other than the fast attack group being destroyed overnight. Furthermore, the culprit did not leave any traces behind. Even the government's attitude was ambiguous. Yi Chen said calmly as everyone stared at him, "Nothing much. I happened to go out for something that day, but the shop was destroyed. It's good that you're fine. You can just renovate the shop if it's destroyed. Fortunately, the fast attack group has been destroyed." Li Yuanqing comforted her and looked at Xue Xuejiao, who was next to him. Everyone present knew that the fast attack group belonged to the Xue family. They wondered how the young mistress of the Xue family felt when she stood with Yi Qin. However, Xue Xuejiao said nothing, as if she did not hear what they said. They were secretly curious. Han Su looked at Yi Qin in a profound way again. He had a feeling that things were not as simple as he made them out to be, but he could not pinpoint the details. Su Jian secretly scoffed. "You're lucky this time, but do you think Xue Lei will let you go so easily?" As they were speaking, the elevator arrived on the 8th floor. As soon as the elevator door opened, they saw rows of staff in uniforms standing at the entrance. They welcomed them with a bow. A hall that was over 300 square meters appeared before them as they walked out of the elevator. There was a red carpet on the floor, and there were hundreds of red sofas and round tables near the auction seats. At the moment, most of the tables were occupied. Li Yuanqing led the group of people over and sat at the round table in the front. Many people in luxurious clothes walked over to greet Li Yuanqing and the rest. Meanwhile, they ignored Yi Qin directly. Yi Qin was happy to be free. He looked around with interest while carrying his daughter. At that moment, Su Jian glanced at the few of them. He had his eyes on Li Yuanqing, Han Su, Wei Nan, and Xue Xuejiao. He said in his deep voice, "Guys, the Su family is determined to get the Imperial Wind Pavilion Garden. I believe everyone knows that." His mission for the Su family this time was to get the Imperial Wind Pavilion Garden, no matter what. "Don't worry, we're just here to look. We won't fight with you," Li Yuanqing said angrily. Han Su, Wei Nan, and the rest nodded. It was a rule among the wealthy families. If they were to interfere, the balance would be broken. Su Jian's expression eased up a little upon seeing that. Meanwhile, he did not bother to ask about Yi Qin. To him, Yi Chan was just here to broaden his horizons. He did not have the guts and wealth to fight with him. Li Yuanqing said while smiling, "Su Jian, don't get ahead of yourself. Although we won't fight with you, it doesn't mean that others won't dare to. Just them." Su Jian glanced at the people around coldly. He did not hide the disdain on his face at all. Li Yuanqing shook his head. "I don't know if it's them or not, but I heard that someone seems to have his eyes on the Imperial Wind Pavilion." "That's right. I heard that too, but I'm not sure who it is exactly," Han Su said while nodding. The Han family had heard about that too. Su Jian said in his deep voice, "Is it someone from the wealthy families?" "I don't think so," Li Yuanqing said while shaking his head. Su Jian scoffed immediately upon hearing that it was not someone from the Beijing wealthy families. "I'd like to see who dares to fight my Su family." Killing intent flashed through his face as he spoke to this point. Wei Nan, who was standing aside, pursed her lips. "Is this man out of his mind? Can't he see that we've given up?" What they did not notice was that Xue Xuejiao, who had been quiet, came to a realization after glancing at Yi Qin. She then looked at Su Jian playfully. "Su Jian, oh Su Jian, do you really think that your Su family can do whatever you want and suppress everyone except for the wealthy families like us? I'm afraid you have no idea that there's someone who doesn't care about your Su family at all. He's not even afraid of all the wealthy families in Beijing. Most importantly, this person is sitting next to you." Xue Xuejiao wanted to laugh. After witnessing Yi Chen's technique, she was filled with fear for him. At the same time, she could not wait for the other wealthy families to go against Yi Chen. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie walked onto the auction stage, slowly. The auction hall fell into silence at that moment. The middle-aged man took a good look at the entire auction hall and had his eyes focused on Yi Chen's table. Subsequently, he said, "The auction for the Imperial Wind Pavilion will begin now. The starting price is 100 million yuan. Each increment must be no less than 10 million yuan." Su Jian stood up immediately as soon as he was done speaking. He looked at the people with extreme arrogance and said, "Everyone, my Su family is interested in the Imperial Wind Pavilion. I hope that you'll do me a favor." A slightly plump man with an extraordinary aura said immediately, "Don't worry, young Master Su. We're just here to watch." "That's right, young Master Su. I wonder if we can have a meal together after the auction ends?" Another beautiful lady with heavy makeup on her face smiled lightly. At that moment, nobody dared to bid against the Su family in the auction hall. Many of them even expressed their goodwill to the Su family. Su Jian smiled proudly and lifted his head to look at the auction host. "My family is bidding 100 million yuan. The Su family is bidding 100 million yuan. Going once. Is there any higher bid?" The auction host repeated in a robotic manner. Even he knew that nobody would bid against the Su family. However, he had to go through the process. Nobody said anything, and the place was dead silent. Hundreds of people looked impatient. They were waiting for the auction host to finish calling for the third time and go home to sleep after the deal was done. "The Su family is bidding 100 million yuan. Going twice. Is there any higher bid?" The auction host asked in a robotic manner again. Still, nobody responded to him. Some of them even began packing up and were ready to leave. Su Jian revealed a satisfied smile. He felt that the mission this time was extraordinarily easy. Wei Nan shook her head lightly. "Let's go. The Su family is bidding 100 million yuan. Going thrice, just when the auction host was going to call for the third time, 200 million. A calm voice echoed through the hall. Chapter 199. 200 million. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire auction hall was filled with the sound of people inhaling cold air in unison. Someone dared to bid against the Su family. The people could not help but look toward the direction of the voice. They saw an ordinary young man carrying a little girl as he stood up from his seat slowly. Meanwhile, the young man was sitting at the same table as Su Jian. Gasp! The crowd gasped. Disbelief filled everyone's face. Since the man was sitting at the same table as Su Jian, it meant that they were clearly on the same side. However, what was happening now? Was this an internal fight? Besides them, even Li Yuanqing, Han Su, Wei Nan, and Su Jian were stunned. Xue Xuejiao was the only one who had a faint mockery at the corner of her lips. Wei Nan was the first to react. She looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. "What are you doing? Why are you bidding for no reason? Su Jian told us not to compete for the Imperial Wind Pavilion with him earlier, but you just came out and humiliated him. Are you trying to kill me? Don't be in such a rush, even if you want to die." Li Yuanqing reacted one after another. He looked at Yi Chen with his eyes wide open. "Brother Yi, aren't you here to watch?" Han Su looked deeply at Yi Chen. He seemed to have recalled something, but he said nothing. "That's right. I'm here to watch. I'll buy it if I like it, and I won't buy it if I don't," Yi Chen said calmly while smiling. Su Jian's expression was terrifyingly grim. Never had he thought that the person who would compete with him for the Imperial Wind Pavilion at such a critical moment would be the trash to him. It enraged him even more. "Many of the bosses here don't dare to compete with me. You're the only trash here. What right do you have? Who gave you the guts to do that?" Instead of being mad, he smiled as he thought to this point. "Yi, I didn't hear you. What did you say?" Li Yuanqing secretly signaled Yi Chen with his eyes. Wei Nan smirked. "What an idiot. I really don't know where you got your courage from. Did Yan Ning give it to you? Or did Wei Dong give it to you? 300 million. Yi Chen lifted his eyes and said that to the auction host. He then turned his head to look at Su Jian and smiled calmly. Did you hear me? Did you hear me this time? The crowd fell into dead silence. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone held their breath and didn't dare to make the slightest sound. They could smell the smell of gunpowder. Li Yuanqing and Wei Nen turned pale again. Su Jian's face twitched a few times. 500 million. Yi Chen sat down and took a sip of tea. He tossed another bomb at Su Jian and looked at him coldly. You should have heard me this time, right? Su Jian looked at him with murderous intent. He wanted to cut him into pieces. You didn't hear me clearly? Yi Chen raised his brows lightly and lifted his head to say to the auction host on the auction stage, 800 million. Host, isn't it time for you to bid? The auctioneer's heart trembled violently. He was shocked. Everyone present only felt a buzzing in their ears. Shocking, absolutely shocking. This was the first time they had seen such a wild bidding method. In a situation where no one was raising the price, they kept increasing the price. Li Yuanqing was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. Xue Xuejiao glanced at Yi Chen intentionally or unintentionally. Passion flashed through her beautiful eyes. This is the real man in my heart. The auctioneer abruptly came to his senses and forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart. He took a deep breath and said, That gentleman has bid 800 million. 800 million going once, 800 million going twice. Only the heavens knew that when he said this, his throat was trembling. Wait. Just when he was about to shout for the third time, Wei Nan suddenly stood up. She looked at Yi Chen in disdain. I'm curious. Do you have that much money? Don't quote random prices. You're just the owner of a pharmacy. Where did you get so much money? Hearing this, everyone reacted one after another. That was right. It was 800 million, not 80 million. Moreover, Yi Chen did not look like someone with that much money. Host, I suggest we check his accounts in front of everyone. Su Jian reacted and said to the auction host with a gloomy face. The auctioneer nodded. After making a phone call, a woman dressed as a clerk walked over. Sir, she is the financial manager of our auction house. Please let her check the accounts. The woman was also holding a computer in her hands. Yi Chen took out a bank card and tossed it to her directly. The password is the last 6 digits. Su Jian scoffed upon seeing what he did. If I find out that you're trying to be mysterious and pretending, don't even think about walking out of this auction house today. Wei Nan had a gloating look on her face. I'd like to see if you can pay me that amount of money. After taking Yi Chen's bank card with both hands, the lady opened her laptop and quickly typed on the keyboard. Soon, she entered Yi Chen's bank account. She was stunned. You piece of sh*T. I asked you to check the accounts. Why are you still standing there? Su Jian cursed. The woman moved the computer screen to face everyone and said in a trembling voice, This gentleman has 6 billion in his account. Even if she did not say it, the people saw it. The series of zeros on the computer screen made them dizzy. The place fell into silence again. Countless eyes looked at Yi Chen. Some of them were shocked, while others were in disbelief. If he had 6 billion in cash in his account, including his real estate, then is that enough? Yi Chen took out another bank card without realizing it. If it's not enough, I have more here. The people were speechless. How is that possible? Wei Nan exclaimed, her face turning pale. Never would she have thought that Yi Chen would have so much money. Even the Wei family's annual income was only 3 billion. Li Yuanqing's mouth was so wide that one could swallow a glutinous rice ball. Han Su squinted and revealed an expression as if he had expected it. Meanwhile, Xue Xuejiao smiled without saying anything. Yi, you're ruthless. Su Jian glared at Yi Chen in utter resentment. He turned around and walked out of the auction. The Su family had only given him a budget of 2 billion. Now that Yi Chen had 6 billion, what was the point of staying? Yi Chen shook his head lightly. Subsequently, he looked at the people and said, "Is there anyone who's offering a higher price than me?" The people were speechless. "How can I compete with you when you have 6 billion? Moreover, it's just a garden. Is there a need to spend so much money to offend someone? Great." Yi Chen smiled calmly and lifted his head to look at the auctioneer. The auctioneer gulped and said with a hammer, "This gentleman has offered 800 million. Going thrice. Sold. Congratulations to this gentleman for successfully bidding for the Imperial Wind Pavilion's garden." At the same time the auction ended. The people walked out in an orderly manner. However, the shock on their faces lingered. Li Yuanqing, Han Su, and Xue Xuejiao stayed aside. Wei Nan wanted to leave earlier, but she was afraid that Yi Chen would look down on her. She could only stand where she was with a stiff expression. Yi Chen paid and walked over while carrying his daughter after taking the Imperial Wind Pavilion's paperwork from the auctioneer. "Brother Yi, you're really good at hiding things," Li Yuanqing said with an extremely complicated expression. He had met Yi Chen at the Happy Valley back then and thought that Yi Chen was just an ordinary person. He was slightly polite to Yi Chen because he had saved Yan Ning. However, what happened with Wei Dong made him start to treat Yi Chen seriously. Now that the auction had happened, he could not describe his feelings. Yi Chen smiled and took the elevator to the underground parking lot while carrying his daughter. He planned to take Xue Xuejiao's car back. However, just when they walked out of the elevator, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside. The ground was shaking slightly. "What's that sound?" Li Yuanqing was stunned. Wei Nan was slightly stunned. Subsequently, she seemed to recall something. There was a hint of gloating in her eyes when she looked at Yi Chen. The next moment, a fully armed group of about 500 people ran in an orderly manner. Li Yuanqing inhaled sharply. "Oh no, Su Jian has mobilized his troops. How dare he?" Even Han Su's expression changed dramatically. His voice fell. The 500 soldiers stopped less than 20 steps away from them and lined up horizontally, blocking the exit of the garage. Black muzzles were pointed at Yi Chen one after another. The muzzles gleamed with a black gleam as if they were steel beasts with their mouths wide open. Su Jian slowly walked out from the back of the troops with undisguised killing intent on his face. "Su Jian, are you crazy? How dare you mobilize the troops on your own? Moreover, it's the Iron Steel Camp." Li Yuanqing roared in anger. The Iron Steel Camp was the elite camp of the 3rd Combat Brigade. Although there were only 500 of them, a troop of 3,000 people was nothing to them if they were to fight. Su Jian glanced at him coldly and grinned. "I'm only going to kill you today. I hope that you guys won't make things difficult for me." Chapter 200. In the next second, over 20 hunks with ferocious aura appeared before them. The aura that they emitted lowered the temperature around them. They were a bunch of people who had seen blood. Iron Veins Hall! Li Yuanqing seemed to have recalled something as his expression changed drastically. Iron Veins Hall. Although there were only over 20 cultivators that the Su family trained with their wealth, each of them could fight 100 people alone. All of their cultivation bases were illuminating pulse experts, and they could fight up to 1,000 people together. Most importantly, it was said that the Iron Veins Hall had a hidden weapon called the crossbow. As soon as it was fired, it was extremely fast. Moreover, it was covered in poison, and one would definitely die if they touched it. That was the reason why Li Yuanqing was so excited. "Su Jian, I can't believe that even the Iron Veins Hall is coming from your family." Han Su pushed his glasses up, his expression rather grim. "It's meaningless to talk about that now." Su Jian shook his head and looked at Li Yuanqing, Wei Nan, Xue Xuejiao, and the rest. "Guys, I only want to fight Yi today. Come here." He would not kill Li Yuanqing and the rest. After all, their backgrounds were similar to his. If they worked together, the Su family would be in trouble. Wei Nen walked over without even thinking about it. She looked at Yi Chun with mockery on her face when she arrived next to Su Jian. Do you think you'll be fine after slapping Su Jian in the face for a fight? Do you think you'll be fine after buying the Imperial Wind Pavilion? What a joke. It's unfortunate that you're destined to die here today. Li Yuanqing looked at Yi Chen, feeling sorry for him. He said to Su Jian, Su Jian, why do you have to do this? Brother Yi was just being impulsive. Bring the Iron Veins Hall back. I'll advise Brother Yi to return the Imperial Wind Pavilion to your family. He really did not want to see Yi Chen die here. After all, Yi Chen was Yan Ning's friend. Meanwhile, Li Yuanqing thought he liked Yi Chen. However, there were over 20 people from the Iron Veins Hall here. Even the person from the Li family had to retreat, let alone Yi Chen. Brother Yi, I'm sorry. Han Su can't save you. Han Su shook his head at Yi Chen apologetically and walked behind Su Jian in determination. Although he had high hopes for Yi Chen earlier, he was helpless when he faced the Tiger Battalion. Li Yuanqing, Xue Xuejiao, are you sure you want to stand with Yi Chen? Don't think that I don't dare to kill you. Seeing that Li Yuanqing and Xue Xuejiao were still standing where they were, Su Jian's expression turned cold gradually. At most, I'll push the blame to Yi. When the time comes, I can testify. Wei Nen nodded as well and said, Han Su, come quickly. There's no need to sacrifice yourselves for a reckless fool. Yi Chen could not help but glance at her upon hearing that. Ms. Wei, I don't think I've offended you, have I? Why do you want me dead time and time again? Ignorance is the greatest crime. Wei Nan chuckled. You don't care about seniority because of your relationship with Yan Ning. You're so arrogant. Death is your final destination. Yi Chen nodded to show that he understood. Subsequently, he looked at Li Yuanqing, who looked conflicted, and said with a smile, Brotherly, you should go. This is between me and him. It has nothing to do with you. But you, Li Yuanqing hesitated for a moment, but he still walked behind Su Jian in the end. He looked a little ashamed, and at the same time, he secretly clenched his fists. When he returned, he would definitely report this to his uncle, Han Qinhu, and the Su family would definitely lose a layer of skin. Su Jian looked at Xue Xuejiao again. What about you? Xue Xuejiao could not help but look at Yi Chen. She walked over while smiling after seeing Yi Chen nod. She suddenly said when she passed by Su Jian, Su Jian, I'll give you a suggestion. Take a few breaths of fresh air while you can. What do you mean? Su Jian asked by instinct. Nothing. Xue Xuejiao smiled. There was anticipation and gloating in her eyes. At that moment, only Yi Chen and his daughter were left. Meanwhile, there were over 20 members of the Iron Veins Hall who were filled with killing intent before him. Su Jian stood before Yi Chen, less than 20 steps away. He glared at Yi Chen with a terrifying gaze. Yi, I bet you didn't expect this day to come, did you? What did I, Yi Chen, do to deserve you bringing so many people to deal with me? Yi Chen glanced at the 20-odd illuminating pulse powerhouses before him, surprise evident on his face. He had thought of many possibilities. Su Jian would either attack him alone, hire someone to attack him, or the Su family's martial Dao master would attack him personally. However, he did not expect Su Jian to bring those people with him. Su Jian laughed coldly. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being reckless and insisting on fighting for the Imperial Wind Pavilion's garden with my Su clan. Before he left, he had received a death order to bid for the Imperial Wind Pavilion no matter what. Initially, he thought it was something he could easily get, but Yi Chen came out of nowhere to stop him. How could he not be furious? Don't worry. When you're dead, I'll find someone to smash your shop. I won't let anyone who's related to you live. Su Jian smiled cruelly and raised his right hand slowly. Everyone get ready. His voice fell. A crossbow appeared in the hands of over 20 hull of Iron Blood members who were standing behind him. They squatted with a swoosh and moved in unison. The crossbow was pointed at Yi Qin and his daughter, and the bolts on it emitted a cold gleam. Li Yuanqing closed his eyes in despair. Han Su shook his head lightly. Wei Nan had a smirk in her eyes. Meanwhile, Xue Xuejiao looked excited. Ha ha ha! At that moment, Yi Qin suddenly laughed out loud. Su Jian laughed too, but his smile was extremely cold. How can you laugh when you're about to die? I'm laughing at your stupidity. Yi Qin sighed softly. There was pity in his eyes when he looked at him. Su Jian, it seems like I've overestimated you. You're much stupider than Xue Xuejiao. What do you mean? Su Jian said in his deep voice. He had no idea why he had a bad feeling all of a sudden. Yi Qin shook his head and said, Haven't you thought about why the Fast Attack Business Group was destroyed? Haven't you noticed why Xue Lei isn't here today? Haven't you noticed that Xue Lei's sister hasn't dared to speak to me since she saw me? Su Jian's expression changed as soon as he said that. Su Jian's expression changed immediately. The uneasiness within him was growing. That was right. The Fast Attack Business Group was destroyed because they attacked him. Normally, Xue Lei would be the one who came in such a situation, not Xue Xuejiao. It was impossible that Xue Xuejiao did not know that Xue Lei attacked Yi Qin. However, she said nothing. He could not help but turn his head to look at Xue Xuejiao by instinct as he thought to this point. What exactly happened to Xue Lei? Why don't you guess? Xue Xuejiao smiled blankly. Yi, I don't care who you are or what you've done. No matter what, you must die today. Su Jian's mind was in a mess. He lifted his hand and ordered, Kill him! Bang, bang, bang. As a series of crisp noises came, over 20 pitch-black crossbows were pulled at the same time. Subsequently, over 20 extremely sharp crossbow bolts charged at Yi Qin at high speed. It was over. Su Jian scoffed. However, in the next second, the smile on his face froze. This was because he saw something that he had never seen in his entire life. Over 20 crossbow bolts suddenly stopped when they were less than a meter away from Yi Qin. They hovered in the air quietly and did not move at all. How is that possible? Su Jian could not help but exclaim in shock. The rest rubbed their eyes at the same time. They looked like they had just seen a ghost. P.S. Chapter 2. End of this chapter.